deixarem espaço, dá a ideia que são muitos.
Exato.
Agora se tiveres ali em cima.
Загорел очень. Ездит и пока что останавливает работы. ЖД, если я не путаю.
Ну да, да, конечно.
А если у них вообще с РЖД договоренность,
Не
что
думаю.
они здесь могут устраивать отстойник техники, бытовки?
Городок, да, стоит. Строительный
Почему?
городок. Не думаю, что РЖД вообще в курсе этого происходящего.
А вот мы видим здесь у нас фонарики на воздушном шарике, которые у нас будут гореть на заборе, когда его установят до конца. Я так смотрю, там забор вообще в 2 ряда. Обратите внимание, да? Первый ряд, второй ряд.
Это они еще в прошлом году ставили, получается. Это территория, где был гаражный кооператив ХК. В прошлом году городили. Сейчас не знаю, зачем. Чем больше, тем лучше.
Здесь очень неудобно стоять, конечно. Сесть здесь тоже негде. Я тут сяду, наверное.
Ну, на масло все.
В масле все. Не стоит, мне говорят. Ну ладно, будем стоять. Стоять
Можно
тяжело.
на дощечку присесть.
Ага, на дощечку, да. Ну, в общем, смотрите, вот это те рабочие, которые здесь установили сегодня блоки. Им удалось захватить часть территории. Ну, вот они, видимо, тактика такая и будет. Приехал, за 15 минут что-то погрузил, разгрузил, поставил и убежал. Вот. И мы видим, опять же, что здесь у нас ЧОП опять какой-то иногородний.
11 из 12 в списке.
Вот мы видим. Какие наши действия сейчас? Будем ли мы сидеть здесь? Или пойдем куда-то ближе к Ивано-Франко. Потому что здесь-то уже огорожено, мы пойдем дальше, да. Вот еще раз. Обратите внимание, мобильная группа «Маневр» у нас. Все иногородние, вот это все у нас здесь. В полосе отвода РЖД они расположили свой бытовой городок. Мы находимся на Ивано-Франко. Здесь у нас проводятся некие работы по захвату территории, чтобы вырубать потом вот эти 300-летние дубы, весь парк на Ивано-Франко. А вот в этой части нежилой рабочим удалось беспрепятственно, когда жители не видели, поставить блоки. Но дальше у нас Ивано-Франко, часть, где жилые дома, где люди уже научены в борьбе, знают уже, как организовывать сопротивление. Я думаю, что дальше у них возникнут проблемы, если они попытаются устанавливать блоки. Они будут пытаться, потому что блоки завезены сюда в большом количестве. Вот здесь мы идем сейчас с Савелием Рожковым. Здесь у нас дуб помешал строителям, обратите внимание.
Наталья Матвеева смотрит.
Вот это вот все. Здесь им не удалось поставить.
И мы здесь. Они замерзли.
Мы скоро будем. Ага, давай. Хорошо.
Нина Батовск пишет: Ольга, плакат оставьте, идите в надувное
Представете си, това са 10 випуска български ученици. Бяхме много деца. 1 милион. Да не са пратили всички. Половин милион телеграми. Гръцката бунта знае дори на български ръчите. И Ники Теодоракис го освободиха. Та искам да ви кажа, че има смисъл от писането. Четното и писмото са по-силни от пистолетите Глок, които стоят нерегламентирано, да използваме думите на любимата ми певица Йорданка Бандъкова, нерегламентирано стоят на нощите шкафчета, а мястото им е в каса. Не знам прокуратурата проверява ли това факт, интересно. Защо или КОС, тая служба на МВР, си силна? Знае курката да чете. Нашите няма да ги нарека курка. Те са страхливци, които се крият за жандармерийски щитове, подпочинковани кофи. Но им напишете. Казвам го всичко това е този мой детски спомен. Го казвам, защото днес днес изпратих моя малък син за Германия, но той написа писмо на справедливците. Написа няколко въпроса. Защо присетите, откакто управляващото мнозинство вместо проекта за Конституция, няма проведено нито едно обществено обсъждане, нито едно експертно обсъждане по този въпрос? А обещата? Защо няма график за бъдещите ниво обсъждане? Задавай въпроси за интегритета на един от председателите на Народното събрание, който на втора инстанция, както знаем, за негова жалост, получи осъдителна присъда. Тя не е влязла в сила, но дали има интегритет такъв човек да управлява на Народното събрание и така. Искам да кажа, че нашите деца действително заминаха да учат в Европа. Започва учебната година, те трябва да си видят бъдещето и ако трябва, то ще бъде далеко от тая страна, ако ние не помогнем тя да се изчисти. Затова, моля ви, пишете на страхливците и ги питайте за Конституцията ви. Какво става? Защо не обсъждат? Искаме да обсъждаме тази Конституция. Граждански, експертно, както ни кажат. Нека да Да видим. И това е Бухтамар. За да ви покажа, че има смисъл от писането, ще ви кажа, че днес бяхме в СДВ, където довезен полицай не нашите сведения за едно от първите задържани момчета на 2 септември, който получи големи наранявания. Смислени въпроси му е казал прокурора да зададе. Така че нашата жалба срещу полицейското насилие на 2 септември произвежда ефект. Бавничко може би, но произвежда ефект. И това трябва да бъде нашето оръжие. Ние нямаме щитове, нямаме и поцинковани кофи дори да сложим на главата си. Но имаме силата на писаното слово. За това им пишете. Напишете им и за 22 септември. Как така бил нерегламентиран митинга? А тогава регламентирано ли бяха жандармеристите и полицаите, които ни препречиха пътя към паметника на незнайния войн и към свети Александър Невски? Значи и те са били нерегламентирани. Голямо беззаконие е настанало в тая държава. Напишете и това моля ви. Напишете, не ги оставите, защото министъра на вътрешните работи, чието име така и паметта ми отказва да запомни, бил казал, то няма оплакване, че някой е бил бит с бокс на 2 септември. Тоест той не е използван. Самия факт, че някой си позволява да има оръжие на ръката си, което не е предвидено по устав и по закон, означава, че той вече го е използвал. Пишете за 22 септември, за това, че не пускаха да се влезе по уличките малките, че не ни пуснаха до паметника на незнайния войн, че нерегламентирано препречваха пътя на гражданите. Пишете за всичко това. Адресирайте до Върховната касационна прокуратура. Тя ще ги препрати по компетентност на района, но вие адресирайте до Върховната касационна прокуратура. Нека да свършат някаква работа. Нека поне да напишат писмо на районния прокурор и изпращат по компетентно сигнала на гражданина Хикс, гражданката Z и гражданина Y. По компетентно да ги изпращат. Тези заплати трябва да се оправдават. Пишете на Върховната касационна прокуратура, носете в съдебната палата на партера неприемната. Всичко това не трябва да остава в дебрите на нощта. Те обичат така. Нерегламентиран не бил протеста. Значи жандармерията нерегламентирано ни е спирала. Абсолютно. Разхождахме се, като групата граждани от 3 ноември 1989 година, както писа работническо дело тогава, разходиха се до Народното събрание. И ние се разхождахме, но не спряха. Сега искаме да ги изметем. Пишете, силата на словото е огромна, уверявам ви. Оставка, разбира.
Преди месеци ми казваха, няма как да стане. Има. Българският народ се изправи. Изправи се срещу тях. Срещу хунтата. Срещу мафията. За какво сме тук? За какво сме тук вече 79 дни? Оставка! Оставка! Онази вечер на всички българи 22 септември. Без заповед не ни допуснаха да се поклоним на паметника на незнайния войн. Там, където трябва да почетем българите, отдали живота и кръвта си за независимостта на България. Благодарение на една графиня, другарката Фандъкова, чакаме все още да видим заповедта, с която не ни допуснаха да се поклоним пред хората, които са отдали живота си за родината. До кога? До кога ще търпим мутренското управление на шепа олигарци? Мутри вън! Мутри вън! Не! Хората с униформи, с щитове и каски, с палки, те не са виновни! Те са като нас! Обикновени хора! Изпълнявайки заповедите на шепа, политически управлени началници, висши командири, които нямат офицерска чест и да застанат смело срещу своите политически началници. Кога ще имате чест? Никога! Благодаря, Бог да пази България!
Здравейте, приятели! 79-та вечер! Благодаря ви за търпението! А това е защото знаем защо сме тук. В момента се чудят как да се отърват от нас медийно, как да създадат нов слух и едрата Загива Тиква иска да обяви това някакси като лична борба между него и президента. Това не е лична борба.
Organization that inspires the start of our legal fight here today. The Black Lives Matter movement began in 2013 after the acquittal of George Zimmerman in the murder of 17-year-old Trayvon Martin. In that moment, activists recognized that the American legal system would not deliver justice to the black community because it was not meant to. The culmination of continued oppression of marginalized communities resulted in a groundswell of support across the nation, and people took to the street to demand police accountability. The movement continued to grow when in 2014, the tragic deaths of Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri, and Eric Gardner in New York City. On May 25th, 2020, in the midst of a global pandemic, America's collective psyche was thrown into further grief. When video footage emerged of the murder of George Floyd at the hands of Minneapolis police officers. Derek, for an agonizing 8 minutes and 46 seconds, Derek Chauvin pressed his knee on the neck of 46-year-old George Floyd, ignoring pleas from onlookers to stop, and Floyd's own words that he could not breathe. American witnessed Mr. Floyd's call out to his mother and beg for his survival. The result of his words was a call to action that led to hundreds of thousands of Americans from all corners of the country protesting this nation's long history of racial inequality, as well as international protests and solidarity. Here in Seattle, thousands of nonviolent protesters have taken to the streets over the last 4 months to stand up and demand a justice system that works for everyone, especially for Black lives. Thank you.
Farhad is a law student. As you can see, the legal team here is young. We are proud of the lawsuit that has been filed. We are going to tell you the legal theories, and then you're going to hear from the plaintiffs. This lawsuit is brought on behalf of peaceful protesters. These protesters did not attack the police. They did not commit violence. They did not loot. They are like 99% of the protesters who have tried to protest on behalf of Black Lives Matter. Their peaceful protests were met with the very thing that they are protesting against. They were met by excessive force from the police. What's going to follow next is an explanation of the legal theories. I want to begin by saying that this case is being brought in state court under our state constitution, which we revere. Thank you.
City streets and sidewalks are an age-old venue for protests. And Seattle has a long history of the people using these public fora to make their voices heard on local, national, and international issues. In 1970, after the Kent State shootings, over 7,000 UW student protesters marched on I-5. In 1999, protesters appeared at the WTO to address issues such as workers' rights, sustainable economies, and other environmental and social issues. The city was criticized after this event for the mishandling of those protests, for being unprepared, and was specifically admonished by the federal court for mass arrests of protesters and others without probable cause. Over the years, Indigenous activists have led protests across Seattle and the surrounding area on numerous issues, such as reclamation of Fort Lawton, which is located on land that had belonged to Native peoples, and the impact of projects such as the Dakota Access Pipeline on the environment and on land that is sacred to the Native peoples. In 2017, over 100,000 people were drawn to the Women's March and marched through the streets of Seattle and protested at SeaTac Airport. And in the years that followed, thousands more would continue this on an annual basis. And Black Lives Matter has had numerous protests here as well, such as those after the death of Michael Brown at the hands of the police in Ferguson, Missouri, and on the anniversary of his death in the years that followed. Our government has a solemn duty to protect the people like these who are exercising their rights to speech and assembly, yet they failed to do that in this case. They retaliated against these protesters based on the content of their words, the purpose of their protests. And that is one of the claims that we have against them in this case. Thank you.
My name is Andrew Ackley. I'm one of the lawyers with the Strip Matter firm. You all may know that Merrick Bobb, the outgoing court-appointed monitor for the conduct of the Seattle Police Department, who resigned, said that he was profoundly disturbed by what looked like multiple instances of excessive force. Force is allowed to be objectively reasonable and necessary for a lawful purpose. Necessary means there is no effective alternative. What that means is this: when somebody's lawfully exercising their constitutional right to protest, any amount of force is excessive. So it should go without saying, you can't shoot members of the media in the back. You cannot choke peaceful protesters. You cannot use glass balls and explosives on people trying to disperse. You cannot indiscriminately use chemical weapons and other explosives on peaceful protesters in our state and in our community. That's exactly what happened here. People who came to protest excessive force were met with excessive force.
Seattle PD used excessive force against many of these peaceful protesters by employing chemical agents, glass balls, flashbangs, baton rounds, rubber bullets, plastic bullets. The chemical agents that these peaceful protesters were inflicted upon caused them nausea, caused them vomiting, disruption to their menstruation, caused them asphyxiation, their asthma to be inflamed. The physical rounds, the pellets and the rubber bullets, caused deep bruising, scarring, chemical burns when they exploded. One of our clients was actually hit by a flashbang and our glass ball that exploded on her. This exploded on her. She had neck injuries, their wrist injuries, knee injuries, bone contusions, nerve damage, muscle injuries, damaged fingers, damaged hearing, bleeding in the ears, amputation of a thumb, cardiac arrest requiring multiple resuscitation. Even after all this, some of the peaceful protesters were wrongfully arrested and detained. While they were arrested and detained, they suffered head contusions, some suffered broken teeth, and then others suffered a cavity search contrary to police policy. Finally, there were protesters who suffered because the Seattle PD and Washington State Patrol had a dereliction of their duty to protect the protesters. Because Seattle PD didn't protect the protesters, Dan Gregory had to stop a driver speeding toward a crowd and was shot. Because Washington State Patrol did not block off the freeway, Summer Taylor was run over by a driver. Now many of these protesters have PTSD because of Seattle PD and Washington State Patrol.
Thanks, Chris. Chris Williams, Cedar Law. Protest is the lifeblood of democracy. It is what gives breath to the First Amendment in its most quintessential form. And in addition to the state and federal protections of that right, the people of Seattle have enacted a Public Observer's Bill of Rights that expressly gives people the right to observe, film, and openly criticize police practices. This municipal code tells police to expect criticism from protesters, and it prohibits them from interfering with, hurting, or using any action to interfere with this right to protest. These are the values of this community. Furthermore, our municipal code prohibits biased policing, and that is defined as selecting or rejecting a particular police tactic or strategy based on race or political ideology. It creates a cause of action against the city if the police violate this law. Those are the laws that law enforcement is supposed to enforce. Furthermore, our city code prohibits any employee from communicating information known to be false or derogatory. Protest is the lifeblood of democracy. It is what gives breath to the First Amendment in its most quintessential form. And in addition to the state and federal protections of that right, the people of Seattle have enacted a public observer's Bill of Rights that expressly gives people the right to observe, film, and openly criticize police practices. This municipal code tells police to expect criticism from protesters, and it prohibits them from interfering with, hurting, or using any action to interfere with this right to protest. These are the values of this community. Furthermore, our municipal code prohibits biased policing, and that is defined as selecting or rejecting a particular police tactic or strategy based on race or political ideology. It creates a cause of action against the city if the police violate this law. Those are the laws that law enforcement is supposed to enforce. Furthermore, our city code prohibits any employee from communicating information known to be false or derogatory with the intention of disrupting any lawful political activity. So when we hear that police officers have been mocking the Black Lives Matter movement, that is a violation of the values of the people of Seattle. In addition, many of our clients were reporting on the protests, and Seattle Municipal Code makes it unlawful for the police to order any news reporter or person observing or recording the events on behalf of the press to disperse. Unless they are in the way, they cannot be ordered to leave. Regular citizens may be able to be told to move under a time, place, and manner right under the First Amendment, but not reporters. We have had reporters specifically targeted with blast balls. So these are the values that are in addition to our federal and state rights. But our municipal code reflects the values of our community. We encourage other cities to enact similar ordinances in case the federal government is not coming to rescue you. And now we'll hear why state law was violated.
I'm Lara Rushka, also of Cedar Law, and this is Impact Litigation. This is a collective of people reflecting the movement, bringing our individual claims together, teaming up between law firms to reflect the larger movement and that collectivist spirit. And another claim that we brought is the Washington Law Against Discrimination. As Washingtonians, we have the right to be free from discrimination in places of public accommodation and assemblage. And these are our streets, and we have a right to assemble without discrimination. The Washington Law Against Discrimination further protects people from retaliation when you're advocating on behalf of a discriminated class. And here, all of the protesters from different walks of life, different racial identities, different gender identities, we came together in support of Black lives and BIPOC communities disproportionately brutalized by the police. And they were retaliated for that advocacy, and they were retaliated for standing up for Black lives. And we posit that's in violation of the Washington Law Against Discrimination.
We heard from Fred Rabb about our protester plaintiffs' injuries, and unfortunately those types of injuries are not uncommon in Seattle's long history of protests. One of the claims that we have against the city and the state is that of negligence. One, that the city failed to follow its own policies and failed to use reasonable police practices. The second one is that the city and the state failed to adequately protect its protesters from foreseeable harm. For the past 20 years, the city and the state has had plenty of time and opportunity to review its past mistakes about the excessive use of force in response to protected speech. You heard from Lisa Benedetti that in 1999, the World Trade Organization protests occurred. During those protests, the city and the state declared a state of emergency and were widely criticized for failing to handle the protests appropriately. Ultimately, class action lawsuits were filed, and the city agreed to pay out over $1 million to victims of police brutality. Following WTO, 10 years later, 35 community organizations wrote a letter to the U.S. Department of Justice asking for it to review SPD's violent practices. A year later, it completed its investigation and issued a report documenting a practice of constitutional violations. Its report specifically emphasized systemic racism and biased policing. The following year, Seattle and the U.S. government entered into a consent decree requiring that Seattle essentially overhaul its use of force policies, and specifically required training that its officers participate in de-escalation tactics versus escalation. Several years later, in 2015, the state's residents once again took to the streets in response to the death of Michael Brown and during May Day. Following these demonstrations, the SPD was once again criticized by numerous community organizations, including the ACLU, the Office of Public Accountability, and other minority-focused organizations. Specifically, the Office of Public Accountability criticized SPD for failing to follow its own procedures. They indiscriminately used blast balls. They failed to specifically target threats and just used chemical weapons and projectiles into crowds of people without having any planned procedure. They were also criticized for using militaristic tactics instead of discussing with their community members about how the community wants policing to occur in their state and city. Several years later, in 1999, Judge Robart, who was overseeing the consent decree between Seattle and the U.S. government, Judge Robart found that the city had fallen out of compliance with the consent decree. Specifically, he was very concerned about an incident where an officer's firing was reversed, and in this incident, the officer was found to have punched a handcuffed woman in the back seat of his police car so brutally that he fractured the orbital rim of her eye. So, Seattle and the state has had many years of experience with protests and how to conduct and organize and respond to them, but they haven't learned any lessons. After the wake of George Floyd's death and our residents coming to the streets again, the Seattle Police Department deployed the same exact tactics. They failed to learn any lessons. They came out and used tear gas, blast balls, chemical weapons, and projectiles, and harmed many of our protester clients that you see here today. Our second claim is negligence for failing to protect our protesters from foreseeable harm. Our government knew that our protesters were going out on the streets to voice their concern about their government's response to police brutality. They knew that hundreds of people were gathering in the East Precinct neighborhood of Seattle. They told and they informed the public and protesters that they would close off I-5 so that it would be safe for everyone. And yet, they failed to actually close off I-5. They failed to use signages and warnings, and they failed to effectively communicate to the protesters and the public about exactly what measures they were using. Due to these failures, Dan Gregory, one of our clients, was seriously injured by a car in Capitol Hill, and Summer Taylor lost their life due to the failure specific to I-5.
Thank you. This is a 100-page complaint, and so we try to summarize it for you quickly, and it's very difficult. So we encourage everybody to read this. It's an important piece of Seattle history, and it sets forth everybody's rights here together. What's going to follow now are statements from the people that have brought the claims that are in the lawsuit and that will be joining the lawsuit, and I want to just take a moment to explain that. In order to sue the government, you have to file a claim against them first. It's a procedural step that they make you take to buy them time. You have to wait 60 days once you file the complaint before you can file the lawsuit. The lawsuit has been filed by 10 people whose claim period has ended. They filed their claims, they waited 60 days, they're named in the complaint. But other people here have filed claims or are filing claims. We expect there to be approximately 50 people in this lawsuit. We have all those clients already. That's how this process is going to work. So everybody you're going to hear from is going to be in this lawsuit. Once their claim period ends, we can add them into this lawsuit. So the lawsuit will say the names of everybody and then does 1 through 40. I want to begin by talking on behalf of the Summer Taylor family, and I would ask if you wouldn't mind just to come up with me. Matt and Luke. I stand here in place of Dahlia Taylor, mother to Summer Taylor, who is currently inpatient for mental health treatment. She asked me specifically to tell you this, her community, so that people who have lost their most treasured and beloved person can understand it's okay to grieve. Grief is okay. She is in inpatient treatment right now. We stand here because Summer Taylor lost their life for Black Lives Matter. We stand here today because that should not have happened, and it was the government's fault. And we file this lawsuit on behalf of Summer Taylor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Joey Weiser. I am a third-generation Seattleite, and I'm protesting because our policing institutions and our criminal punishment system continue to fail Black communities all across this country, particularly when unarmed Black women, men, and children are shot and killed by the police, from Emmett Till to Rodney King to Breonna Taylor. I think Will Smith said it best: racism is not getting worse, it's getting filmed. For me, my form of peaceful protest is my live streaming. I've interviewed countless community leaders and elected officials at the Seattle protests over the past 4 months, including state senators, state representatives, King County council members, and the majority of the Seattle City Council. And despite me being at these protests in a media capacity, and in spite of me shouting, "I'm moving back, I'm being peaceful, I'm complying," all of which can be heard and seen on my videos, I've been struck with a police bicycle, I've been shoved to the ground by officers, I've had my phone get knocked to the pavement and break, I've been attacked with pepper spray in my eyes, nose, and mouth. I've been shot at with blast balls at point-blank range, and I've been attacked with tear gas, a chemical warfare agent that attacks your sinuses during a pandemic, which was outlawed by the Geneva Convention after World War I in 1925. I personally recorded countless acts of cruelty and callousness by the Seattle Police Department from the very first week of protests, when the young woman who was shot in the chest with a blast ball lost her pulse 3 times, to just 2 days ago, when my viral video captured an officer deliberately running over a protester's neck with his bicycle, which has now been seen all over the world. Look, I don't want white people like myself to fixate too closely on the police violence that we face during these protests. Our own experiences should not eclipse the moral imperative behind Black Lives Matter. So for me, no, this lawsuit is symbolic. Because while yes, the police violence that we've all faced and continue to face is atrocious, the larger context here is that Mayor Durkin, leaders within the Seattle Police Department, Washington State Patrol, and the city of Seattle would all rather rain down chemical weapons and explosives on their own community members, their neighbors, their friends, rather than simply hold police officers accountable for killing Black people. And that is why I continue to protest. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Daniel Gregory, son of Dino Gregory Sr., who passed away, who's a vet of U.S. Army for 22 years. My mom, police. I'm here to talk about that day, June 7th, where I stopped a vehicle from running into a crowd. A vehicle that should have never been going down that street. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a protester who supports the Black Lives Matter movement. My dad's military career, a U.S. Army drill sergeant, and a Baltimore City police officer for 22 years. My mom, a Marine, before becoming a 911 dispatcher for 32 years. Growing up, I learned that police should be human beings before they are police officers. I know this is possible because my dad was a human being before he was a police officer. We need change. I was shot while I was trying to prevent a man from running down on my fellow protesters on the East Precinct on Capitol Hill. The police had barricades to protect themselves, but there were no barricades to protect my fellow protesters who also serve the city, who are sons and daughters, mothers and fathers, people whose lives shouldn't be on the line, in fact safe when they are protesting. I am unable to hold more than 10 pounds using my right arm. PTSD and I are now associated with each other. Although I am going through the things I am facing, I would have much rather it be me than anybody else. I absolutely, without a doubt, would put my life on the line again for my fellow protesters. We need solutions to these problems. We need citizens and workers of the city to conduct interviews and be a part of the hiring and firing process of the police department. We do not need race and sex on police reports after an individual has been caught. I highly recommend the city takes more time to listen and to have open dialogue with citizens for solutions. Thank you.
My name is Chloe Marino, and I've been a protester in the Black Lives Matter movement since May 30th. On July 25th, I was in the front line of protesters at the East Precinct. I was pepper sprayed by an officer as I was slowly trying to disperse and following commands. At the same time that I was yelling that I was blinded and could not see, an officer threw a blast ball at my ankle, which exploded directly on my ankle. My injuries included a bone contusion and a chemical burn under my skin. Due to this injury, I was prevented from returning to protests for 2 months, and I was unable to speak up for Black lives during that time or exercise my constitutionally guaranteed rights to free speech. This week, I was finally able to return to protesting and reminded to use my platform to stand up for Black lives whenever possible. I believe that SPD's goal in using extreme crowd control weapons whenever possible is to chill free speech and prevent further protesting. As a current law student and aspiring civil rights attorney, I do want to be clear about one thing, and that is that no amount of injuries nor intimidation and fear tactics that SPD uses will stop me from contributing to these Black Lives Matter protests and standing up for Black lives whenever possible. No matter the injuries that I've faced, people from the Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities have faced horrific brutality in all forms for hundreds of years. And I will stand up for people all over our country, and especially here in Seattle. And I'm here to tell you that the community of Seattle will continue fighting for everyone that members of the Seattle Police Department have taken from us too soon. We'll continue to stand up until we get justice for people like Charlena Lyles, Shay Taylor,
John T. Williams, Terry Caver, and Summer Taylor. Just want to say that Black Lives Matter and the Seattle community will continue to stand with all of you. Thank you.
My name is Abby Ekenezer. I am a United States Navy veteran. I joined during the 9/11 era because I was underneath the towers when they were struck. I lost a friend that day, and I joined because I never wanted that to happen again. I wanted to fight for my family and my friends to make sure that they got the equality that I knew I was getting. That's a joke now. I was deployed twice, and I was tear gassed once in boot camp. They did that to show you that they did that to show you how to feel when the enemy put you in that type of situation so that you can actually handle it and to know how it feels, because it's not fun getting tear gassed on purpose. Then I came home. I was grocery shopping a couple of years ago, and as I was leaving, I was called the N-word just for shopping. Because our world had a new president where people believed that they could be braver. May 25th happened, and the world finally got to stand up. I protested with others, and we were attacked. Flashbangs fell over my head, and I felt like I was back in Afghanistan again. And then I realized that I wasn't. I was home with my friends, trying to make sure that my son and myself and the rest of them had the same equal rights as everyone else did. I realized all of a sudden that I felt like the world was never going to change. That all the things that we experienced when we were deployed are literally happening here. At the end of all of that, I realized that our world is actually changing slowly. I was a part of the ACLU. I was a part of those alongside with the ACLU fighting. And now I am fighting with these amazing people who are here, encouraging us and making sure that we have a leg to stand on. Now I am also a filmmaker. And I am also directing a film that has everything to do with the protests and the world that we believe in, along with climate change and racial profiling. Because I'm sick and tired of the media portraying us as these stereotypical figures that they see every single day. And I am so happy that we have been given a roadway to actually make change, because my voice matters. So does the voice of my son. So does the voice of all of these people. And I'm going to keep fighting as much as I possibly can. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Wesley Peacock, and I wanted to share with you the reason that I was moved to stand up for what's right. 20 years ago, my brother was murdered by a racist in Nebraska. His killer only spent less than 24 hours in jail. At the time, I didn't stand up for racism. I didn't stand up to racism because it was something that was ingrained in our everyday lives. And at that time, I realized that the system isn't broken. It was built that way. I was moved to the streets by the murder of George Floyd. At that time, I didn't realize how many people would stand up together for Black lives. This summer, I was peacefully protesting against police brutality and white supremacy here in Seattle, and was grabbed from behind by a police officer. At that time, I was assaulted by several officers and taken to jail on made-up charges.
Our system isn't broken. It was built that way. It was never designed to work for people that look like me, which is why we'll always and continue to say that Black Lives Matter. I also just want to take the time out to acknowledge my twin flame, Sarah Anderson. She was also tear gassed. Her car was flash banged. We were pepper balled. We had things thrown at us. And I know the first day that we went out to protest, she was terrified to be out there, guys. She couldn't be out there for maybe more than an hour. And after that, we were protesting from sun up to sundown for weeks, and that's all we did. And I know that that's the heart of a lot of people, millions of people. And I just want to say we appreciate you guys realizing that Black Lives Matter all day, every day.
I'm from Louisville, Kentucky, where Breonna Taylor was murdered. And I just want to acknowledge that her killers were not brought to justice. That's a perfect example of how our system is broken and flawed and needs a complete overhaul. Thank you guys for taking the time to come out here today.
Hi everyone, my name is Seth Kramer. Throughout my life I've done a number of things, including been a early childhood educator, been a writer, a musician, an activist, bartended, and currently I'm a graduate student at the University of Washington working on public health and social work. My own personal research revolves around the intersections of violence and mental health, and specifically how community-based organizations can work towards eliminating violence, inequality, and structures that perpetuate poor health. So it should be no surprise that what is happening here in the United States right now is something that is quite dear to me and something I've been focusing on. And I firmly believe that community action and community participation are the only ways that we can come to create safe communities that interrupt cycles of white supremacy, colonialism, and economic inequality. Following the murder of George Floyd, I marched consistently in the streets of Seattle for the Black Lives Matter movement from May 30th until July 25th, when a grenade was thrown at my head by SPD, in spite of the fact that those grenades are, as non-lethal ammunition, are told to be thrown at least 30 feet away from any individual. Nonetheless, as it went off close to my right ear, I received permanent hearing damage in both ears, but significantly in my right, and a severe concussion, which I'm still not quite recovered from. As I'm reading this, looking at the screen, the headache is starting up again. So for the last 2 months, I've been in excruciating pain from tinnitus and headaches, unable to do the work that I had been planning on doing. I can be, at this point, I can be in front of a screen for about an hour a day, which if anyone has met me or has experienced graduate school, that seems pretty impossible, particularly in front or in spite of the global pandemic we are currently in. I am constantly working on a million things at once, and because of this, my life has become drastically interrupted. I was forced to end my summer courses early, which I received a fellowship for, put my research on hold, deny and not apply for jobs, and have put on my applications for PhD programs until next year, along with the fact that I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to continue taking classes starting next week. I hope, but we'll see what happens. Along with this, I'm not sure if I'm ever going to be able to record music again. I wake up regularly with nightmares, jump at loud noises, and live with a kind of perpetual state of anxiety with the worry that I will be hearing on the news that more BIPOC folks and more protesters will be killed at the hands of SPD. Whether this is very reasonable or traumatic stress, you can be the judge of that at this point in time. While this may have had devastating effects on my own personal life, I'm here because I hope that what I am going through can be channeled towards justice for the BIPOC community of Seattle. I will continue to be in the streets as much as my body allows me to, and I hope that you all do the same. Black Lives Matter. Thank you all so much.
Hello, my name is Bruce Tom. Thank you for all being here. I am a journalist. I was present at the protest the evening and early morning of June 7th and June 8th. I was there just to take pictures, to actually see what was happening. And I didn't expect, I've been to dozens upon dozens of these sort of protest events, and I did not expect to get assaulted by the Seattle police. I mean, what the heck? I was standing next to kids, students, very ideal people, very nice people, and when the police, I don't know, they just seem to have conjured up a reason to just suddenly attack. And they threw everything from flashbangs, pepper balls, you name it. And I'm just really appalled by this. In fact, very offended. Is this the kind of face Seattle would like to present to the world? I mean, we were here to protest an injustice, not start a fight. And we get things like this lobbed at us. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, I am still really angry about this. I generally go to these events, and I'm very passive, I'm very respectful, and I generally get along with the police. Okay? I don't know if I could ever forgive or forget what they did. I came home bleeding. My skin was burning because it felt like a gallon of pepper spray was poured down my back. There were people in the front line trying to protect me, and the pepper spray rolled off their umbrellas down my back. I came home. My clothing was so saturated with pepper spray. It was unbelievable. I just stripped off all my clothing and tried to, I was going to launder it, and I couldn't even get near my own clothing the next day. I came home and I found that my leg was burned. I had holes in my flesh from these things. I don't know if I can remain passive anymore. I mean, as a journalist, I'm supposed to be passive. I think I've been radicalized. I mean, this is it. This is it. I mean, they want to fight. Let's do it. Bring it on.
My name is Mashad Savage. I am a fifth-generation Seattleite and a protester. I have been protesting consistently since the beginning of the George Floyd protests, enduring frequent and significant abuse from the Seattle Police Department, Washington State Patrol, National Guard, and Department of Homeland Security. I have kept coming out because I, as a person of color, understand my relative privilege and the sameness of the struggle across Black, Indigenous, Brown, trans, houseless, disabled, and other systematically oppressed peoples. I do not face the same types of racial discrimination that many do. And having spent the early part of my life watching it happen to my Black lesbian mother, I understand my relative privilege as a lighter-skinned person of color very well. Especially seeing the dangers that my Black, Brown, and Indigenous family members have disproportionately suffered from. And I have repeatedly witnessed the punitive justice system that all of us here live under to be exceptionally harsh against them. During the protests against state violence in the wake of George Floyd's death, I have exercised my First Amendment right to peaceably assemble in the streets. Not only has that constitutionally protected right been violated by the Seattle Police Department, but I have been repeatedly assaulted by SPD officers for doing so. I have been tear gassed and pepper sprayed, had rubber bullets shot at me, and have had blast balls and stun grenades thrown at me, which has caused hearing damage that I am currently having assessed. As a professional musician, this poses significant threat to my livelihood and lived experience. I have chosen to join this action to vindicate this violation of my constitutional rights, the damages against my body, and against the lasting trauma that I will live with. We have asked for there to be support from local government to help us push back against the tyranny and violence that the Seattle Police Department has casually leveled against those of us who are here to remind everyone that Black Lives Matter. Free speech and assembly should not come with the risk of fatal damage to everyone's life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
My name is Ashleen Cooney, and I'm a Black Lives Matter protester. First, I acknowledge the abuse I experienced at the hands of SPD is nothing new for our Black community. The reason I protest in the first place is because SPD has murdered BIPOC community members with impunity. I have been assaulted by SPD twice now. First, on June 7th, when a protest group was sitting in front of a barricade near the East Precinct, sitting down on the ground. And we were kettled by riot cops and bike cops. They trampled us with their bikes, flashbanged, and used gas. I was shoved between officers and then pepper sprayed from 1 foot away. The officer continued to spray my back as I tried to retreat. I had a severe allergic reaction and was taken to the ER by street medics. On July 25th, I was resting with a group of protesters at Cal Anderson, again resting, when SPD charged through the grass on bikes with no warning. They shoved me around, hit me with a baton, and threw me to the ground. An officer then dragged my limp body face down through the gravel. I could not move due to shock and injury. Then an officer picked me up and threw me into a short wall where several riot cops surrounded me. At some point, they cut the straps off my backpack. They grabbed me one more time and threw me to the ground again. I started screaming for someone to help me. Officer Roxanne Zeck said in exasperation, "Can you just stop screaming?" I was held for over 4 hours with my hands cuffed behind my back. I told officers I could not feel my fingers, but they refused to fix the cuffs. We were kept in a crowded holding cell at King County Jail overnight, denied medical care, sleep, food, water, and information. In the morning, they refused to let my support bail me out. They lied. They told me no one is here for you. They put cuffs on my damaged wrists and transferred me to Kent. It was very clear that SPD and the officers at King County Jail intended to do as much damage as possible. They laughed about it, mocked, and verbally antagonized us during this abuse. It has been exactly 2 months since my assault and detainment today. I still cannot feel my left thumb, and I have nerve pain and weakness in my arms, hands, and shoulders. I'm in pain when I do simple tasks like writing, typing, or carrying groceries. I struggle to leave the apartment by myself. I'm doing physical therapy in an attempt to reduce pain and increase function in my arms and shoulders, but I have severe physical and psychological symptoms every day. Now, because of SPD's brutality, my body cannot so easily take to the streets. I will be back, of course, but for now, litigation is a way forward. To keep saying it is not okay when the police engage in violence. It is not okay for police to injure, endanger, gas, pepper spray, and imprison demonstrators who are exercising their First Amendment right to protest. The terror that police inflict on our Black and Indigenous community members. It is time to defund the police and invest in Black community through the demands laid out by King County Equity Now, and to recall Mayor Durkin. Thank you.
I stand here so proud, not only of this amazing legal team, but of these clients. They are incredible. They make our hearts sing. They make us proud. They make us incredibly angry to hear what happened to them. We will fight this litigation. We look forward to this battle. Bring it on, Seattle and State of Washington, because we are going to hold you accountable. Thank you. Dear press, this has been a long conference. We tried to do our best. Our protesters believe in free speech, and so do we. We have no restrictions on them to talk to you without us, because they have a voice here, and we want that voice to ring out. Ask a question of anybody, and they'll answer it for you. You can go up to them separately. People can be brought back here. I turn this back over to the media. Thank you. All right, the media is stunned. Does anybody else have anything you want to say? All right. Please disperse and talk to whoever you want. Thank you very much.
I don't know if there's an effort to change or to oust Mitch McConnell in the area, and can you tell me anything about that?
So I believe that if Charles Booker had won the primary, that our community would turn out and have voted against Mitch McConnell in favor of Charles Booker. He's an African American from Jefferson County that ran on a campaign, Hood to the Holler. His message resonated incredibly well in the rural communities as well as in Jefferson County.
The Russian vaccine is the only one that works, actually. All the others have failed.
Go!
everybody should go to Billa and buy some eggs.
Representative of Kiribati to introduce an address by the head of state.
Thank you.
It looks a little bit like Nikov, this guy. Yeah. Is this Nikov? I'm not sure, guys. I think вече почна да ми донейтват пари.
Супер, да. Какво си говорите? Викам, какво си говорите? Нещо интересно.
Те си говорят помежду си, аз даже не ги гледам. Сетъпа ли?
Да, гледам сетъпа за микрофон.
Имам микрофон, тук мога да завърша едно.
Да, ако сложиш кабел, става гадно.
Да.
Прецаква гимбъл.
Но звука е по-добър от телефона, отколкото аз имам такъв ръден видео майкро.
Ако взимаш интервю, ще отгън микрофона по-хубаво.
Само ако има вятър е по-добре стой. Иначе този...
Браво, Христо! Браво, Христо! Бравissimo!
Добре се чува обаче.
Двама само. Или от тук, или от там. Там няма да иде. Добре. Цяло ние сме малко хора там. Най-малко хора сме там, така че...
Само се обадя на Андрей да побърза да му прави това, за да мога да и да почвам с нашото, защото с телефона ми. Един път да сложа.
Защото те тук бяха заградени.
Да се обадя на другия екип да не
Извинявайте.
Къде е?
Какъв министър си примал бъде, защото?
Играел. Добре, мога ли да тази социалния вход има пред мен да те дадат на долния вход? Да дойдеш тук на този вход, аз да отида на долния вход. Не знам. Айде.
Айде, директно.
Няма да изключи, казах, не пипай.
Изключи, не изключи.
Аз какво да направя, да изключи?
Отвори го.
Няма да изключим от ми.
Чакай. Няма да имаме батерия.
И хубаво се купи с нова батерия. Няма да пипаш.
Пипай да се изключи.
Няма. Ей така се бъде. Среща с велициня.
Гледам съвсем нормално, млади, модерни хора, защо тези, на които
А излиза вече като да няма до 90-та година. Как? Вие до нови да късмет.
It's a good chance of the whole world moving forward towards inclusive social development for all by the end of 2030. I conclude by sharing with us all our traditional blessings, the Maori, the Roi, or the Tapemo, meaning health, peace, and prosperity. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency Taneti, President of Kiribati, for the statement just made. We shall now continue the general debate. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Portugal to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, I have the honor to introduce His Excellency the Prime Minister of Portugal, António Costa. I thank you.
Sr. Presidente da Assembleia Geral, Sr. Secretário...
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I should like to congratulate Ambassador Volkan Bozkır upon his election as President of the General Assembly during the 75th anniversary year of the United Nations. The United Nations is more indispensable than ever to meet the challenges which ignore borders and cannot be addressed by taking a self-centered approach. We know how much pressure the multilateral system is under. Firstly, in the context of a return to power struggles on a global scale, we are seeing increasing limitations in cooperation for responses to shared challenges and threats. Secondly, whole new domains are emerging which require multilateral solutions to define normative and cooperative systems. The so-called Fourth Industrial Revolution is both a challenge and an opportunity. Whether we're looking at artificial intelligence and the use of robots, setting up intelligent networks and managing infrastructures and 5G data, or the restructuring of whole swaths of the economy, the impact of new technologies on the economy, on the world of work, on the relationship between states will require new rules of behaviour on an international front. The United Nations must play a central role in defining these by providing compromise solutions which can defend the general interest. Thirdly, international organisations themselves have revealed difficulties when it comes to responding to challenges and threats. The case of the Security Council is a paradigm. This exhibits a limited capacity to react to crises and conflicts, and its composition does not reflect the geopolitical realities of the 21st century. Portugal therefore calls for an increase in the number of permanent and non-permanent members, particularly from the African continent and, including the least, Brazil and India. Despite these challenges, the UN remains indispensable to preserve global peace and security, as well as sustainable development and the defence and promotion of human rights. And this Assembly, which I have the pleasure of addressing, continues to be the Parliament of humanity. There is no other. Portugal will therefore continue its steadfast support for the United Nations system, both at political and financial levels. We maintain an ambitious agenda of commitments aiming to strengthen the ability of the UN and its member states in their response to the main issues on the international agenda, including the Sustainable Development Goals, climate change, migration, hosting refugees, and issues linked to the sea and the sustainability of the oceans. The leadership and reforms introduced by the Secretary-General, Antonio Guterres, are essential to make this organisation's action more effective and agile. He can therefore count upon our full support. President, Secretary-General, the current context of global urgency means that we must further strengthen cooperation between states and international organisations in our response to the health challenges and its socio-economic consequences. The United Nations is a central element of these efforts, including through the UN's comprehensive response to COVID-19, which is a response plan promoted by the Secretary-General. We support its implementation and value the coordinating role of the World Health Organization. The pandemic has shone a spotlight on many of our vulnerabilities in the areas of health, the economy, and social cohesion. We must rapidly return to growth and employment and increase the resilience of our economies, our societies, and the state. This will be an essential priority for Portugal when, in the first semester of 2021, our country will hold the presidency of the Council of the European Union. In this regard, we must bolster development cooperation and the ability of the UN system to act in this area. Portugal has increased its contributions to a number of UN agencies, in particular the World Health Organization, the International Organization for Migration, the UN Refugee Agency, the World Food Programme, and UNICEF. Combating economic inequalities is worthy of particular attention given their truly cross-cutting dimension. International security is not compatible with an inequitable distribution of resources at a global level, particularly when this is combined with demographic imbalances and phenomena such as environmental deterioration, which are so often associated with this. We need a new global commitment based upon human dignity, which balances real access to opportunity and hope. The crisis caused by this pandemic must not therefore serve as an excuse to interrupt policies which are aimed at countering the current climate emergency, which is an existential threat for each and every one of us. Quite the contrary, we must step up coordination between Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development and the Paris Climate Agreement, thus helping to create societies which are less vulnerable to the inherent impacts of extreme climate events. In the same vein, we must further investigate the relationship between oceans and climate change, paying particular attention to small island states. In this regard, Portugal reaffirms its commitment to co-organise in 2021 with Kenya the United Nations Conference on the Oceans, and counts upon the participation of all United Nations member states at the highest level. President, Secretary General. Fully guaranteeing human rights will require a constant process of improvement. Portugal advocates an open discussion as part of a critical dialogue between peers so as to bolster the promotion and respect of human rights. Together with our European Union partners, we reaffirm the defence of free, plural and tolerant societies which rejects racism, xenophobia, homophobia and populism, and work for inclusion, gender equality and freedom of expression. The pandemic has placed new demands on the promotion of and protection of human rights. Portugal responded immediately to these demands, in particular by extending access to our National Health Service to all migrants and refugees, whatever their status or legal situation, under conditions identical to those of our national citizens. Portugal played an active role in hosting migrants and refugees, thus undeniably exhibiting its solidarity. We reaffirm our unreserved support for the Global Compact for safe, orderly and regular migration. Moreover, session of the General Assembly. This year celebrates a quarter century of the 4th Global Conference on Women, and Portugal reiterates its commitment to the promotion of women's rights. It is important to redouble the attention which we devote to gender-based violence, to rights, and to sexual and reproductive health in the face of challenges which are exacerbated by the pandemic. President, Secretary General, despite the pandemic, many wars and conflicts still persist, which is why we support the recent call by the Secretary General, António Guterres, for a global ceasefire. Portugal is currently contributing troops to 7 peacekeeping operations and special political missions. Our national participation in MINUSCA in the Central African Republic is an example of this, particularly because we provide the rapid reaction force, which is crucial to accomplishing this mission's mandate. Persistent high levels of violence in the Sahel increase the need for international coordination, and this is an ambition Portugal shares, particularly through our participation in MINUSMA in Mali. We are following the efforts of the international community to find political solutions to conflicts which afflict numerous countries in the world. We believe that the two-state solution is the only one capable of resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, that the nuclear agreement with Iran must be preserved and fully upheld by all parties, that mediation and compromise processes led by the United Nations will allow us to overcome those serious crises which are currently ongoing in Syria, Yemen or Libya. We also call for a peaceful and inclusive political solution in Venezuela. Current challenges show how important international partnerships are, particularly the tripartite cooperation between the UN, the African Union and the European Union. It was under Portuguese leadership that the relations between the European Union and Africa were institutionalized at the highest level. And during its presidency of the European Union in 2021, Portugal will strive to further cement the partnership between Europe and Africa. The role of the European Union as a global actor, open to the world, a defender of multilateralism and beneficial trade for all will be a priority of our presidency of the European Union. Many varied organizations contribute positively to the international order, which is based on rules and on a desire to cooperate. Amongst these, I of course wish to underscore the Community of Portuguese language countries, which brings together nations from 4 continents. Under the current presidency of Cabo Verde and the upcoming presidency of Angola, the CPLP attests to the possibility of partnerships and of building bridges between peoples and countries united by a shared language, which has a World Day on the 5th of May, proclaimed recently by UNESCO. In this context, I welcome the resolution of the post-electoral impasse in Guinea-Bissau and hope that this will issue in a new cycle of stability and prosperity for the country. Moreover, I express my deep solidarity to Mozambique, which has been the victim of terrorist attacks and attempts to destabilize its northern regions. President, Secretary General, Portugal is a country which is open to the world, which advocates dialogue and a system of equitable rules underpinned by stability and predictability. We know where arbitrary action, aggressive nationalism and the law of the jungle have led us in the past. 75 years ago, the founders of the United Nations had the courage to lay the foundations of a new world order based on international law, on equality between sovereign states, on the dignity of humankind. This was a triumph for hope. Today we must not succumb to cynicism. It is our duty to cherish and strengthen what we have achieved together, thus guaranteeing a better future. A strong United Nations is crucial for the well-being of each and every one of us. Thank you very much, and I wish you a successful General Assembly.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Portugal for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bulgaria to introduce an address by the head of government.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency Mr. Boyko Borisov, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria, for the general debate of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, it is my honor and privilege to address the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Mr. President, please accept my congratulations on your election. I wish you every success during the 75th UN General Assembly session. The coronavirus overwhelmed the agenda of all institutions throughout the world, yet the theme of this virtual meeting suggests to us something more. 75 years since its inception, the United Nations is in debt to humanity. We are witnessing a shrinking space of freedom and violations of human rights and international law. Multilateralism as a key UN approach to a collective, solidarity-based solution to global and regional problems was put to the test. In these circumstances, the world needs the UN more than ever as the moral leader of the modern world. I believe that the UN mission, drawn up 75 years ago, is capable of surviving the crisis of the organization itself, just as the UN had to revive the ideas born of the League of Nations and save future generations from the scourge of war. The UN is going through a structural crisis that requires reform and revitalization. The UN General Assembly, in its 75th anniversary, presents a good opportunity to intensify work on the Security Council reform. Bulgaria supports the start of negotiations at the intergovernmental level in this direction. In early 2020, the UN Secretary-General outlined 4 threats to humanity: geopolitical tensions and devastating conflicts, the climate crisis, growing global mistrust, and the dark side of the digital world. Shortly afterward, the new threat of COVID-19 multiplied the risk of a global catastrophe. The COVID-19 pandemic has threatened the rule-based international order. The false opposition of health or economy has emerged. Protectionism has caused disruptions in supply chains. Asymmetric socioeconomic changes have exacerbated inequality and the danger of destabilization and conflict. The infodemic, the wave of true and false information which overwhelmed people, has further heightened their concerns. On the 25th of March this year, the UN Secretary-General, the UN Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator, the UNICEF Executive Director and the WHO Director-General announced the COVID-19 Global Humanitarian Response Plan. Practically, the entire UN system was committed to the humanitarian plan. The UN has been proving once again to be a leader in exploring the needs, fundraising, management, delivery and distribution of humanitarian aid to the population in countries in conflict or crisis. Bulgaria welcomes the adoption of Security Council Resolution 2532 of 2020 and the Secretary-General's call for a global ceasefire to protect the most vulnerable population groups. Along with the UN, we will continue to support all working mechanisms, including the World Health Organization and the World Trade Organization. These institutions should contribute to a global, multilateral and coordinated response to address the immediate and long-term effects of COVID-19, as well as to address future global crises. The European Union and other regional organizations have joined the UN initiative for a global response to the pandemic, building on the mechanism of multilateralism. The strategic response of the European Union is multilateralism combined with competitive and sustainable economies and solidarity. The statements of the Alliance for Multilateralism, which Bulgaria joined on the 26th of September 2019, are in line with the 4 directions of UN action announced by the Secretary-General: cybersecurity, climate, security, and the fight against lethal autonomous weapon systems. Our country took an active part in the Alliance's meeting on strengthening the multilateral health architecture. In this manner, we reaffirmed our commitment to supporting multilateral cooperation in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. President, this year Bulgaria has marked the 65th anniversary of its accession to the World Organization. As a member of the United Nations and the European Union, we are ready to take on our responsibilities, supporting the leading role of the UN in multilateral cooperation to tackle the global pandemic, actively working to implement the European Union's priorities and actions in response to the pandemic, participating at the same time in initiatives for a global response to this challenge. As an important participant and mediator in the integration processes in Southeast Europe, contributing to peacekeeping operations and ensuring unhindered access to humanitarian assistance. As a constructive member of the Human Rights Council for 2019-2021 and an active member of ECOSOC for the period 2021-2023, implementing the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement. Bulgaria has joined the Team Europe package as part of the European Union's measures to support third countries in tackling the pandemic. We promptly restructured our National Programme for Development and Humanitarian Aid. Just over €1 million have been earmarked for emergency humanitarian aid, healthcare and support for socio-economic development. The goal was to support the most vulnerable groups among our neighbors in the Western Balkans, the Eastern Partnership countries, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, Afghanistan, and through the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees. Bulgaria has provided humanitarian assistance in kind and a financial contribution to UNICEF's activities in support of the children who suffered in the tragedy in Lebanon. To recover from the negative effects of the pandemic in the Western Balkans, it is particularly important to use the established cooperation mechanisms effectively. The Berlin process, which Bulgaria is co-chairing with the Republic of North Macedonia this year, the Southeast European Cooperation Process, the Regional Cooperation Council, and the Central European Free Trade Agreement. Our efforts are aimed at improving connectivity and security in the region. The development of good neighborly relations in the Western Balkans with the neighboring European Union member states is particularly important in this context. We reaffirmed our support for the Secretary General's initiative on action for peacekeeping. UN peacekeeping operations are the epitome of multilateralism and international solidarity. Not coincidentally, the first such operation was the deployment of a limited contingent of blue helmets in the Middle East to monitor the ceasefire between Israel and its Arab neighbors. Bulgaria supports the leading role of the UN in the efforts to resolve the conflicts in the region of the Middle East and North Africa. We welcome the US-sponsored agreement to normalize relations between Israel and the United Arab Emirates and between Israel and Bahrain. This is a major diplomatic breakthrough that could open a new page in the history of the Middle East and change the lives of its peoples. Suspending the plans for unilateral annexation of the occupied Palestinian territories prevents a humanitarian catastrophe in the context of an ongoing pandemic. It is also a step towards avoiding serious violations of human rights and international law. We welcome and support the efforts of the United Nations Special Coordinator for the Middle East peace process, Nikolai Mladenov. The civil conflict in Syria remains a serious destabilizing factor. A political transition in line with UN Security Council Resolution 2254 and the 2012 Geneva Communique is a single way to overcome the crisis and alleviate the situation of the civilians in need. I would also like to voice my country's support for the African Union's efforts to maintain peace and security on the continent in a situation complicated by the COVID-19 pandemic. A cause for serious concern for my country is the ongoing conflict in eastern Ukraine, where the humanitarian situation continues to deteriorate. Bulgaria reaffirms its support for Ukraine's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity in accordance with the UN General Assembly Resolution 262 of 2014. Bulgaria was among the co-sponsors of this resolution. We support the efforts within the Normandy format to achieve progress in implementing the Minsk agreements. During the first donor campaign in May this year, Bulgaria, through the International Committee of the Red Cross and the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, redirected to Ukraine 100,000 euros from the Development and Cooperation Funds, as well as a package of humanitarian aid in kind to combat COVID-19. We are following the situation in Belarus with concern. Bulgaria stands behind the rights and demands of the Belarusian people for a democratic future and free and fair elections. The efforts of the international community should be aimed at supporting and assisting the holding of inclusive national dialogue on a peaceful resolution of the crisis. Last but not least, Bulgaria, within NATO, is developing transatlantic cooperation and solidarity in the conditions of the pandemic. The strategic dialogue between Bulgaria and the United States, which began in January this year, also covers the practical dimensions of overcoming the consequences of the pandemic. Within the framework of the Global Network Responsibility to Protect of the UN member states, Bulgaria supported the need for shared responsibility for the prevention of atrocities during the COVID-19 pandemic. We recall the appeal of the WHO for the responsibility of each country to protect the health and safety of its citizens in times of a crisis. Mr. President, the global pandemic is also a threat to the timely implementation of the UN Agenda 2030. Bulgaria, together with the other European Union member states, is fully committed to the implementation of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals during the Decade of Action. Getting through the current crisis does not mean returning to our old way of life. We need to step on a new paradigm by implementing long-term economic measures. The full implementation of the Agenda 2030, the Paris Agreement and the Addis Ababa Action Plan are critical to preparing the world for future systemic shocks. The UN has no alternative in terms of the development of international law and multilateral cooperation. As a member state of the European Union, Bulgaria will champion a strong United Nations organization and its main partner as a solid foundation of the rule-based multilateral order. In conclusion, I would like to refer to the appeals of two Nobel Peace Prize winners in 1994. In order to achieve the common goals which have brought us together at this forum, we should use our imagination more than our memory. We need to leap beyond our own imagination to prevent the olive branch from falling out of our hands. Thank you, Mr. President.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ethiopia to introduce an address by the head of government.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on the occasion of the general debate of the 75th UN General Assembly, it is my great honor and distinct privilege to introduce the pre-recorded message of His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Thank you.
Mr. President, let me join others in congratulating you on assuming this high office during the historic 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I want to assure you of our full support and cooperation in effectively discharging your responsibilities. We also take this opportunity to express our profound appreciation to your predecessor, Professor Tijani Muhammad Bande, who demonstrated able leadership in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has disrupted the work of this Assembly. Excellencies, Mr. President, this session is indeed special, not only because we are marking the 75th anniversary of the founding of the UN, but also because we are doing so while addressing a global health crisis. I believe it will allow us to chart the way forward in the post-COVID world. This, of course, can only be achieved if we work together and try to find a collective solution to the countless challenges and threats facing humanity and the planet. We all agree that the immediate priority now is, of course, how to recover from the current crisis and rebuild a better tomorrow. We have no guarantee to prevent a similar crisis in the future without creating sustainable, resilient, and inclusive societies. In this connection, accelerating progress towards the SDGs is not a matter of option, but an absolute imperative. On our part, we are determined to get back on track and build the necessary momentum for its implementation. It is in this context that we are designing our next 10 years perspective plan, which coincides with the UN Decade of Action for the SDGs. Mr. President, no doubt the pandemic has overwhelmed health systems across the world and damaged the global economy. Many African countries, including Ethiopia, also find themselves facing the risk of becoming even more food insecure. The World Food Programme has already warned that the number of food insecure people in our region is likely to increase due to the socio-economic impact of the pandemic. This, coupled with the massive outbreak of desert locusts and climate change-related extreme weather events in our region, threatens to wipe out the livelihoods of millions of our people. Therefore, we fully support the call by Secretary General Antonio Guterres for a large-scale, coordinated, and comprehensive multilateral response amounting to at least 10% of global GDP and a series of measures to give developing countries the financial firepower they need to weather this storm. While we are grateful for the international response in support of the continent, which provided some relief, we believe that much more still needs to be done to soften the medium and long-term impact of the pandemic on our continent. Mr. President, our objective should not only be to recover and to rebuild a better future, but to do so in a green and climate-resilient way. There is no stark reminder of the need for urgent action than the devastating impact of climate change that we are witnessing in various parts of the world. Our region is indeed a case in point with its climate-induced disaster upending the life of millions of our people. We all must mobilize more than ever to cut global gas emissions over the next decade to meet our targets under the Paris Climate Agreement. On our part, we are fully committed to redoubling our efforts in fulfilling our obligation. Ethiopia is already responding to the call for climate action through the Green Legacy Initiative, which is part of our efforts to build a green and climate-resilient economy. I would also like to draw your attention to the fact that our largest national project today, the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, built with our own local resources, contributes to the conservation of water resources. These water resources would otherwise have been lost to evaporation in downstream countries. I want to make it abundantly clear that we have no intention to harm these countries. What we are essentially doing is to meet our electricity demands from one of the cleanest sources of energy. We cannot afford to continue keeping more than 65 million of our people in the dark. We have indeed been guided by the internationally accepted principle of equitable utilization and not causing significant harm in building this dam. Our unwavering commitment to this is clearly captured in the Declaration of Principles signed by Ethiopia, Egypt, and the Sudan in March 2015. I want to assure that we are firm in our commitment to addressing the concerns of downstream countries and reaching a mutual beneficial outcome in the context of the ongoing Africa Union-led process. Mr. President, our peace and development is closely interlinked with the peace and security of countries in our sub-region. It is in this relation that we are encouraged by the formation of the revitalized transitional government of national unity in South Sudan. We hope the South Sudanese political stakeholders will continue to work together in a spirit of cooperation to address outstanding issues and improve the plight of the South Sudanese people who have suffered for far too long. We in the region, together with the rest of the international community, will continue to lend our support to accompany South Sudan on a path of sustainable peace. We also follow the developments in the Sudan. The transitional government needs all the support it can get from the international community in easing the serious socio-economic difficulties facing the country and fulfilling the hopes and aspirations of the Sudanese people. On the other hand, we remain deeply concerned by the continued attacks perpetuated by Al-Shabaab in Somalia. That's why we all need to continue supporting Somalia in their security endeavor. On our part, Ethiopia remains committed to the path of the reforms we began 2.5 years ago. In spite of the stiff resistance that comes with trying to shift the status quo in favor of social justice, we will pursue Ethiopia's inevitable track for democratization. Finally, Mr. President, 75 years after the founding of the UN, we find ourselves at a crossroads. Therefore, we have a unique responsibility to mobilize our collective political will and commitment to overcome the unique challenges we face. In line with the declaration on the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the UN, we hope the Secretary General will provide us with far-reaching and appropriate recommendations in helping us achieve this objective, and we look forward to receiving his report before the end of this session. I thank you.
On behalf of the
to escape violent repression of their protected political speech by LMPD as it has enforced a curfew. The ACLU goes on to declare this curfew unconstitutional, just as it is unconstitutional to surround a church and not let people come and go. And so that is why we will continue the fight. We will continue to have this congregation and others providing safe space for those who want to lift their voices in racial justice and asking for criminal justice. I thank you. And do you want to say another word on this? Thank you for giving this benediction. After the benediction, then some of the faith leaders are going to be available. If you want to have one-on-one interviews with folks, people will be available, and these will be emailed out, all of the statements that have been collected across the country.
You didn't put the stool back. See, we just met. You already gone. Thank you so much for being here today. A lot of people write us and say, write me, or probably write all of us and say, what can we do? The first thing you can do is stop writing us from your homes and get out in the streets. And what I mean when I say that, I mean that you don't physically have to march, but I think you should donate to the First Unitarian Church because they got a whole lot of people to feed. The one thing we gotta do, we gotta work collectively. We gotta all work together. If you ask me, this is my benediction, this is it. I like to give people practical things to do. We gotta work collectively. Y'all say that back to me, work collectively. Work collectively. This is all of our work. This is all of our work, okay? We got to work collectively. The second thing we got to do is we got to work diligently. You say it back to me. Work diligently. It gets tiring. I'm tired, y'all. My feet hurt. My legs are tired. And I see a whole lot of people out here who are probably tired too, and they've been up all night probably providing sanctuary. We tired, but we got to work diligently. The third thing we got to do is we got to work prayerfully. It doesn't matter who you pray to. We got to work prayerfully. Because I am a firm believer that when we pray, the God that he talked about showing up will be on time. We got to pray. So we got to work what? Collectively. We got to work what? Diligently. And we got to work what? Prayerfully. So may the Lord bless you. May the Lord keep you. Whatever the Lord means for you, may the Lord make his face, or make her face, or make their face shine upon you. Lift the Lord's countenance on you. May you feel God like you've never felt God before. And just in case you don't know, this is a God moment. May the Lord be gracious unto you. Because I don't know if I'll ever see you again. It's rough in these streets. But most importantly, may the Lord just give you shalom, and that simply means peace. And I know we all know the words. Say with me, amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. And guess what? I was blind, but now I see. Go in peace.
All right, you guys, we are here at the First Unitarian Church located at 4th and York, adjacent to the 800 apartment building, the main branch of the Louisville Free Public Library. You can come right down 4th Street, 2 blocks, not even full 2 blocks from Broadway, and you'll pass it, and you probably passed it before. So what happened, I'm gonna spend a little bit and I'll let you guys kind of catch the scene as I reiterate last night. Last night, which would be Thursday night, the day after receiving the decision or lack of decision from Attorney General Daniel Cameron, folks took to the streets. Folks took to marching, protesting, making their voices heard. That happened Wednesday night. That happened last night. Last night's peaceful protest was met with a level of ferocious force by LMPD. And what I mean by that is that the level of policing and the LMPD presence was like nothing I'd seen ever. And at some point, the marchers, the protesters, those who were walking and fighting and in their wheelchairs and on their bikes, just trying to make their voices heard, were boxed in on 2 different sides by police. And what happened is they ended up right here at this building. Let me stand up a little bit, I'm on a tripod. First Unitarian Church. And the church opened their doors. The church opened their doors and offered them refuge, sanctuary. They offered them a safe place. They did that to help protect them, shield them, bless them. It was really something to watch. If you watch any of the lives, Maxwell Mitchell's live, Jason Downey's, Antonio T. May Taylor, I was not out. I didn't do the night shift last night. They're interviewing Stacey.
STACHLLEBUSSUY, Minister Stacey.
I love the fact that the sun came out. Talk about a guy that you really feel the spirit of the So I want to talk a little bit about just from your experience, what happened last night, what happened,
What we're watching right now is promises made, but also promises broken. We got a mayor who simply will not do his job. We got a mayor who simply needs to make decisions, and the decisions that they consistently make are never in the favor of the people that he's the mayor of. We got a mayor who's blunt and refuses to protect the people, but that's what's been happening. We have been left unprotected. We have a government who cares about profits for the people. That's what we see happening. We have guns drawn on us. This is a sanctuary. We have many people who can do it from that this government tells about the people of the city of Louisville. We have been peaceful. We have been punctured on these streets. We have been peaceful. Pepper bullets are meant for the ground, but they have hit us. Flash bangs are meant for the ground, but they hit our cars. We've been peaceful. We've been tired. We've been tired. So that's what happened last night. That no place is safe. They tell us to go home, but as my brother said, home is not safe. They boarded up our buildings. But you know what? This is what I tell people. You boarded up our buildings, but it looks like many of our communities. So when you boarded up those buildings, you just made it look like home. Get comfortable. We're gonna be in the face of the government. We're gonna be there. We're gonna come to the church. We're gonna be in the square. We're gonna be in these streets. Wherever the fight is, we are taking the fight to the streets, and that's where we'll be, and that's where we're gonna stand.
One of the things that I know has been kind of quiet has been some of the evangelical community, the evangelical Christian community. What do you think it says that at this point in time they are now entrenching on things that are not secular, things that are holy, things that are sacred? Historically, evangelical preaching, I don't really like that word. They associate that word with a lot of white people. We don't do that. But historically, Christians have been active involved in the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, the Reverend Nat Turner, who led the biggest slave movement, the Reverend Ralph Abernathy. What these guys were activists, they were reverends. But this is what I will say. I've been out here, so the faith community has been out here. The preachers, we have been present. Okay, the church has been present. The faith community has been present. Each one has a gift. There are people who are open, who have been holding service, have been holding space. There are people who've been helping feed people. There are churches who are helping maneuver people, and also churches are battling the pandemic. They're trying to figure out how to minister to their members in the middle of a racial pandemic, in the middle of an injustice uprising. And so, what I say to these people, to hell with what you think. I am out here. If you want to find a church, come find me. We out here. You got Reverend Dave Snart who's out here. You got Reverend Timothy Finley who's out here. We are out here. We're doing the best we can. Reverend Timothy Finley, my brother who's been locked up. The Reverend Jamal Bryan, the Reverend Marissa Flower. We are out here. We haven't been quiet. We've just been moving in silence. You know, and everybody can't march in the streets, and that's okay, but you can do something. And to my faith leaders who are listening, open up your churches. We need more sanctuary. That's holy ground. What do you think it says that you have police officers, LMPD, or even the government that are now encroaching on sacred spaces, that are now apparently, what appears to me, ignoring some of these things that we have historically known to be sacred?
It's an agitation. It's a scare tactic. That's what they want to do. They want to scare the life out of us. I'm sorry, I tried.
You good. You good. It's real life around here. We don't play church. We are the church.
We don't play church, right? And I know for me, and I say this all the time, they've made it feel like they have some power, but ultimately I know who's watching me and who's sitting up above who has all power. They're going to consistently try to agitate us, but we won't be moved. They're going to consistently try to irritate us, but we won't be moved. These are all scare tactics trying to instill fear in the people who are simply just fed up. And fear don't matter. And even if you do feel fear, it don't matter. What trumps fear is justice, and that's what we're tired of. Our tiredness is trumping fear at the moment. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about that. They're going to keep trying to make up all these stories and say we're doing things, we're on the ground. They're trying to say we set something up. We right here. We didn't set anything on fire, and Adam Scott really ain't saying nothing, and Shamika really ain't saying nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just, and so what it is like they're just trying to, they have a scare tactic, surrounded us for 2 hours, and I'm trying to negotiate, trying to figure out how to get these people back. But you know what? The win yesterday is that I walked hundreds of people back to market to get their cars to that, and they had to concede their power to the people at the moment, because that's what it's all about. The power is with the people.
Do you find it at all frustrating, the fact that you would even have to negotiate something that appears like it would be common sense or just the right thing to do?
It's frustrating as hell. It's frustrating as hell. And I simply ask this question: what are we supposed to do? You don't want us to march. You don't want us to drive. We're scared to go home because you're going to shoot us there. And you're following us. And you're targeting us. The least we can do is come to church, because our religion is the only thing to save some of us. You know what I'm saying? That's all we got is God. I'm gonna keep going with God, sis, and everybody, I'm gonna keep going with God. This is what we gotta do. I'm gonna go with God all the way, because God has all the power.
I ain't got nothing else, y'all.
I do. I want you to respond to something on my thread. This is a direct comment, because you don't like misinformation. This is Christina Wallace, and this is her comment.
Okay.
And everybody in the thread is correcting her. Her name is Christina Wallace. But you were here, you're going to speak firsthand. Her statement is, yeah, let those criminals hide for safety. They was not going there to worship. Why did they leave there and go loot after worship and cussing all, throwing stuff? from the churchyard, then demanding all whites to leave.
The first thing I'm gonna do is tell you, what did she say? The criminals? She called
Yes,
us
criminals, yes.
Fam, I'm clergy, I ain't no criminal. And second of all, where were you? Have you been in these streets? I walked those people personally back. Me, Nicole, Tyra, we walked those people back to safety. Nobody looted on my watch. You can say what you want to say, but come meet me in these streets. Come meet us in these streets. Come get the narrative for yourself. You are perpetuating a narrative. You are part of the problem. If you are consistently calling us, we are not criminals. We are clergy. We are mamas. We are aunties. We are uncles. We are cousins. We got jobs. So you want to call us, we ain't criminals. No, but we ain't criminals. That's not what we are. We are fighters for justice. The only criminal is the keyboard gangster who thinks they know what they're talking about and perpetuating a narrative. That's the criminal. That's the criminal for you. So Ms. Wallace, wherever you are, don't perpetuate a narrative. That's not true. I'm not a criminal. Don't you see this white collar? I just got it today.
All right. Thank you. And that was an answer directly for you.
So, Stachel, what's the possibility of just having marches that go from church to church who are offering sanctuary?
Every march goes from church to church, Tyra. Every round goes higher and higher, as my grandma used to say. Every march goes from glory to glory. We are fighting for justice. And anywhere the people are, anywhere God's people is, God is present. And anywhere God is present, it's a sanctuary. So wherever we march, that's a sanctuary. Wherever we are, that's a sanctuary. We are God's people. God will protect us. God will keep us. You can throw us in jail, you can throw charges on us, but God's still gonna keep us. It won't stand. You can do all you want to do. But wherever we are, that's the sanctuary, because God is present.
Nice caller.
I put up, last night when I see what you all were doing, as somebody that's in ministry, I put a call out to all churches. I don't care if they're mosques, temples, churches. Open your doors, make it a safe place. But I agree with you. The God in us is everywhere we go. So wherever we go is sanctuary. And I just want to shout out to this church, shout out to you, and just, you guys are amazing. And keep it up, sis.
I say this to all clergy of all faiths. It was never your church to begin with. You might as well just open it up and let the God's people come and rest and take rest there. It ain't like you can have church service anyway. So you might as well let it be a sanctuary. You might as well feed people. This is my specific call out to you. I'm calling you. I'm sending a letter to you. Open your church doors. We need your help. I know you can't get in the march, but you can unlock it. You can unlock a door. I know you can't come down to Jefferson Square, but you can unlock a door. You can provide a safe haven. So that's my challenge to all, and I'm not just talking about churches because that's specific to Christianity, but I'm talking about mosques. I'm talking about temples. I'm talking about courtyards. I'm talking about houses, because people be having church in their house.
Yes, we do.
So you can provide people sanctuary. The people are in need right now of sanctuary. We have tons of people who are not from here, we are trying to keep safe as well, we are trying to keep protected. That group that got arrested, I think 2 nights ago, most of them had just gotten to Jefferson Square. They didn't even know because they came in from out of town and they got arrested, and they were only here like less than an hour. They got arrested and they were met with KSP. So get your church vans out. Come and be evac. I need to see some church vans at First Unitarian. I need to see some church and faith leaders. I need to see some of my black community leaders. You've been out here. I need to see specifically black churches of the West End, because these are your people out here. So that's my challenge to you, and I'm going to let these live streamers know how you answer that challenge.
Can you tell us about the Hope Bus?
The Hope Bus. If you're hopeless, get on the Hope Bus.
All right.
The Hope Bus is we mobilize hope. What we're trying to do is reimagine the West End of Louisville. What we're trying to do is uplift the very people who have the foot on their necks. I am a resident of West Louisville. I moved from project to project. My mama did the best she could. I didn't really know I was poor until I went to college. But the Hope Bus is simply to give hope back to people, and hope looks different in different places. The Hope Bus is solidarity with people of the West End of Louisville. It's not to come in and say, for us to tell them what they need. It's for us to stand alongside them and turn their weaknesses and turn their injustices into their strengths. Somebody said, I was watching a movie, I think it was Just Mercy, and they said the opposite of justice is hopelessness. And so that's what I believe, the whole bus. The only thing that matters right now is that we are instilling hope, especially back to the community and the people of the Western of Louisville. That's my heart. That's where I forever be. Many of those children, and I'm calling them children, they're like 20, but many of those people who are in Jefferson Square, who occupy Jefferson Square, are students that I have taught at Shawnee High School, and students who I have taught at Central High School, and people who I live in the community with, and they are tired. So that's what the Hope Bus is, to come in and give them a little bit of that Holy Ghost fire, to instill hope. Hope looks different for some people, right? Hope sometimes is a pair of teeth so that you can go get a job interview. Hope sometimes is a cigarette because you say your nerves don't go bad. Right, so it's not my job to tell people what hope is to them. It's my job to ask them what hope is and then help meet that need. So that's who the Hope Bus is. And if you hopeless, get on the Hope Bus. And right now I'm in a monthly donor campaign. That's a shameless plug. But I'm in a monthly donor campaign, and y'all know we got a bus, so that bus will be a mobile community center, a mobile resource center, so that we can drive it through different neighborhoods and be able to provide services for them, connecting with partners in the community. www.thehopebus, THEHOPEBUSS.org/support. I need your support to make sure we can keep doing what we're doing.
Just so you know, we got the Love Bus, so we're going to join up together. We got the Short Bus. It's the same thing. We'll go out. Any way we can help, please let me know.
A lot of people are saying they want to go to your church.
They want to go to my church. Look, it's the 6th in Jefferson. I got a couple deacons. They named Twando. It's a fix it, so you're gonna have to ask him if you can be members. But I got a co-pastor, her name is Nicole. I got a couple assistants.
Mention Hope Bus has 2 S's.
Yeah, the Hope Bus has 2 S's. My last name is Bussy. It's the power of a name. That's my grandmama's legacy, and that's the legacy that I pray that my family continues. The Hope Bus, and right now we're working on the Bussy Express to get it mobilized to the city of Louisville.
Give that donation address.
My donation one more time is, and I'll make sure Tara can post the actual suite, or if you want to send a physical check. www.THEHOPEBUSS.org/support.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
You've got some allies because the University of Louisville men's basketball team is marching right now.
Wow, that's so great. So let me tell you something. We don't need allies. We need co-conspirators. Get in this work with us. We don't need allies. We need co-conspirators.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Minister Station.
It's all right. No, sis, don't ever.
All right, y'all. We're gonna run down to U of L and see.
We got a couple things to cover. You guys, you are very welcome.
Uplift here. Uplift Black women. Black women media. This is what we do.
Thank you, darling. Listen, you guys can be a part of the solution, not a part of the problem. I just was so amazed to watch the church last night open its doors because I won't lie, it was scary to watch. I challenge all churches, all folks in ministry, all clergy, all religious facilities, open your doors. That's a great way to help. With that being said, I have to get out here. I've got to get to the next thing to cover, but I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. And remember, the trolls in the comment are just that, trolls who should go back under the bridge. And they got hateful hearts. And every time you encounter a hateful comment, let's all do something good and donate a few dollars to a great charity. Pick one and give them a
When I say no justice in Oromia, you say no peace in Ethiopia. No justice in Oromia. No justice in Oromia. No justice in Oromia. No justice in Oromia. Abiy must go. Abiy must go. Abiy must go. Downtown Abiy. Downtown Ethiopian government! Downtown
yeah, so let me see.
Warri telephone recording godhu jirtan duubatti nu deebi'aa, please. If you're not media, I don't want you in the front. Please, duubatti deebi'aa. Yoo media baajii qabaanne duubatti nu deebi'aa. Laayina kana akkana gadheeressina malee akkana bal'isnu. Baanari kana duubatti nu deebi'aa. Walaa dhageenyu. Due to the COVID, mask kesan. Keep up your mask, please. And make sure, hanggang day sa ni ko na rapagada. Hanggang day sa taka. Galatoma. No justice! No justice! No justice! No justice! I need more sagale. I need more sagale, please. Kana waliti mong kamnu. Sagale. Kesan barbada media gubbaa jirra. Jirtu! 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 Eessa jirtu? Allara Oromiyaa eessa jirtu? Eessa jirtu? No justice! No justice!
Down. Lady Elred, I'm cutting in here real quick. Hello. It's your girl, Lady Elred, giving you kind of an update. We had a little bit last night. I went online. If you have our notifications on, you probably saw. We went on last night. A little bit of a Hong Kong kind of protest, but also David if you guys have been to our streams before, the Blue Jacket guy, he had his court date today. I'm actually gonna go and see if he said anything about it or anything, because I just remembered about it. In Hong Kong, he's protested every day, sometimes twice a day, by himself or at least with one other person, and then invites the press, basically. It's just him 90% of the time, or he starts a little mini protest wherever he goes. And he's been fined multiple times, probably has like $1 million worth of fines, who knows. Then we had a French protest, France protest in Marseille. It was slightly anti-mask, but it was also anti-lockdown because the cafe, restaurant, and bar owners can't pay their rent, and there was no moratorium on rent for the second wave. So that's what they were protesting. Then we had a few climate change protests, but not much more. I don't know what's going on in Chile, but it looks like it's starting to get a little spicy. Might be actually to find more stuff. Oh, is that oh, that's an ambulance. Okay, they let them through. Usually in Chile we see the water cannon come out. So then Minneapolis, it's an Oromo protest. I'm guessing it's because the Prime Minister or President of Ethiopia, I don't know who it was that spoke, went on to the United Nations today, and of course did not address the genocide that is happening of the Oromo people. If you guys don't know about Oromia or the Oromo people, it's because they're being eradicated. You can do ! Oromo, ! Oromo 2. I'm gonna go find more Chile streams. Then we have Diana doing Diana things. For some reason it's getting marked offline. It's probably not actually offline. Then in Khabarovsk, and I need coffee. In Russia, it looks like a very, very small number of protesters stayed out all night. I'm supremely proud of them as somebody that's been watching their protests for the last, almost 2 months. I'm also very, 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 very happy that Rus News stayed with them. Rus News is a media company out there. I don't know if they're considered MSM, but they stayed out there all night with them as well. That makes me really happy. Then in Louisville, there is a march of the basketball teams. That's literally all it really kind of says, in kind of solidarity with Black Lives Matter and the Louisville community in itself. And then we have Frank Nitti in Atlanta, where Trump is supposed to speak today, I believe. And he's speaking to some Trump people. But yeah, okay, there's your update. Go drink water. Go stretch.
Justice! We are demanding justice! We're demanding justice!
Comienza entonces el actuar de fuerzas especiales con el carro lanzagua.
Bueno, de inmediato con este actuar del guanaco, entonces Carabineros empieza a desalojarnos de la plaza. Vemos cómo se apoderan de Plaza Dignidad sin mediar provocación alguna, siendo que es un espacio público y no pretenden dejar a nadie acá en la plaza. Disculpe, estoy hablando. Sí. Es un claro acto de hostigamiento por parte de Carabineros.
importante retirarse de la calzada, no efectuar algún tipo de movimiento.
De a poco se va tornando más tensa la situación acá en Plaza Dignidad. Manifestantes que no se moverán de la calzada, no se moverán de la calle.
El Estado, el gobierno tiene una deuda con los trabajadores de la salud. Se les menciona siempre en sus discursos, el aplauso, el reconocimiento, pero no se les reconoce en el código sanitario a estos trabajadores. Estos trabajadores que son de primera línea claramente, son técnicos auxiliares, técnicos capacitados. Se prepararon más de 2.500 horas y no se les reconoce su estudio de 2.500 horas. Nos decía el dirigente que lo único que ganaron cuando lo estuvieron preparando a ellos fueron los institutos profesionales. Claramente el actuar de Carabineros no ha sido el del año pasado. Hubo un cambio de proceder. Hay procesos en contra de Carabineros. General Rosa jamás ha dado de baja a Carabineros que han sometido a proceso. Solamente casos excepcionales. ¿Qué pasó acá?
Aquí hay... De la lacrimógena, tiró la lacrimógena, pero no le resultó. No le resultó la lacrimógena. Se le... Tiró la lacrimógena y no le resultó. Ahí quedó.
Caballero, weón, mi edad. Por correr un cabro chico de 10 años. Ay, le pegan a los puros estudiantes. Mira el mento escudo.
Ahí va a tirar otra, ahí va a tirar otra.
Sí, así, conchetumare.
A veces parece que las lacrimógenas de mano son más fuertes que las otras. Ya. Lo podrán dispersar, pero sabemos que se van a reunir nuevamente, si esto va a ser así. De a dos guanacos a la vez, a los trabajadores de la salud. Aquí están los amigos de la salud, los de primeros auxilios también. Ya. El aire pesado llegaba hasta acá, así que vamos a tener que arrancar de acá, parece.
¿Has visto a mi mamá?
No.
¿Ah?
Sabíamos que en algún momento se iban a tomar la explanada. Ya. Ya sigue por el lado de Vicuña Maquena. Ahí se intenta un diálogo, pero es muy difícil dialogar con ellos. Gracias por su saludo, amigo. No podía haberlo visualizado. Estaba mirando mi espalda, mirando a mi costado. Por el otro sector hay escaramuza. Están tomando los primeros detenidos. Claro. Toman, muchachos. el aire está pesadísimo. Ya, nos están tirando agua ahora. Vamos a arrancar mejor. Ya. Tenemos ahí con la pachorra la compañera. Bien.
Bien, combatir la pandemia. Como sabía, las cifras por coronavirus, por este actuar del gobierno, que simplemente ha sido para recordar los intereses de los empresarios, ha traído miles de muertes innecesarias simplemente por ocupar los mínimos recursos en salud y salvaguardar los intereses de los patrones. Aquí podemos ver cómo la gente, pese a la represión, pese a los gases, pese al agua, se sigue manifestando.
So, hello. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm really loud. I'm always really loud. Sometimes my mic does that. Hello, it's Lady Elrad. So I'm gonna give you some background from what little background I have. Oh, more water cannon. So in the top right, left, kind of, the Galleria Sima is the aerial view. Chile's been protesting for a while now, at least from what we've seen. At least it's every weekend. Friday, sometimes during the week, but they're very used to the water cannons at this point. They do have spicy cannons. They also just have regular water cannons. LRH posted a thing about the spicy water. I think at this point for Chile, they don't care what's being thrown at them. They want liberation. Like, does that guy have a pool noodle? I just saw a pool noodle. Yep, he has a pool noodle in his hand. That's what we need in America. We need pool noodles to scare the police, right? But yeah. This is, I think, the longest I've seen them stay not dispersed. Granted, there's only, like, a handful of cops there, which is weird. And also, the dogs you see, they're all stray dogs. Stray feral dogs-ish. Chile has a very large, stray doggy population. As far as I know, they're no one's pets. I just know that I see dogs a lot running around. For the Chilean protests in general and what they're about, let me get you some background real quick. Oh hey look, Wikipedia has it, so if you just look up Chile protests, you can figure it out. They have actually been protesting for 346 days. So almost a whole year. It has been caused by a rise in public transport fares, rising of cost of living, income inequality, privatization, political corruption, neoliberal policies, and the goals is to reverse the public transport fares, reforms in education, healthcare, and pension systems, better wages, including a minimum wage increase, resignation of the president, and drafting a new constitution and formation of a new government. There are bigger protests that we see, but granted, it's like with anything. Just because you see a small number on one day doesn't mean that there's not gonna be 1,000 the next day. That's the one gripe I have sometimes with people's passing comments is, oh, the movement's dying. No, it's just people have sometimes not other priorities, but they have different things that they need to do. And sometimes they're afraid of getting, swooped and snatched. However, there have been some concessions that have been given by the president. The president announced reforms in education, healthcare, and pension systems. Cabinet reshuffle, including interior finance and economy ministries, anti-barricade law. I'm gonna look into that. And 2020 Chilean national plebiscite is scheduled to be held October 25th. It's a referendum on whether a new constitution will be drafted. So the president's kind of giving some concessions, but I'm gonna guess that it is not enough. Because they really hate the president. There's your little update on what I know. I am going to drop a link in chat and you can do... Oh, hey look, Elrage did it for me. Y'all can do your own stuff. Now, let's, quote-unquote, enjoy the water park.
¡Ándate a la marcha el rechazo, concha tu madre!
Aquí podemos ver a colegas atacados por la policía.
No les da vergüenza, weón, andar protegiendo, weón.
Aquí podemos ver cómo sigue la represión contra las trabajadoras de la salud, contra TENS, quienes han salido a manifestarse de las precarias condiciones en las cuales tienen que trabajar.
Oye, ya salimos de la calzada,
¡Ese maricón culiao!
¡No tienen piedras, cabros! ¡Acá no, weón! ¡No tienen piedras acá! ¡Vayan a tirar por allá, weón!
¡Ustedes son los piradores, los perros falgueros del...
¡Perkines culiao! ¡Mírense los perquinazos!
¡Vayan a cuidar a la izquierda!
They just punched that guy's camera.
Vamos a ver cómo la represión no para acá. Estamos desde Plaza Dignidad transmitiendo una nueva manifestación de día viernes, en esta ocasión de TENS. Vemos cuánto gas han tirado acá las trabajadoras, los trabajadores. La represión no para por parte de la policía. Se hace un poco difícil trabajar en estas condiciones. Lo seguimos transmitiendo de la izquierda diario. Y acá es el reflejo de un grito que las trabajadoras hacían muy presente dentro de la manifestación, que hay plata para represión y no para salud. Aquí podemos ver cómo se hace carne eso, que la policía no escatima recursos ni agresión, y no para que las trabajadoras puedan seguir siguiendo sus funciones. Aquí vamos a ver una plaza de dignidad completamente gaseada, intentando sacar a las trabajadoras y trabajadores que se encontraban manifestando por mejores condiciones salariales y de trabajo. Aquí podemos ver cómo las trabajadoras pasan bajo los efectos del gas lacrimógeno, que en un momento no se veía nada, había una cortina blanca de gas de esta represión a la que está acostumbrado este gobierno asesino, que cada vez que salimos a las calles nos pegan con el garrote. Bueno, la verdad eso es un poco difícil, los dejo con las imágenes. Está un poco irrespirable acá, la verdad, chiquillos.
Esto es vivo y la gente de la salud también. Una manada de tira, vamos pueblo.
Aquí podemos ver cómo sigue la represión desde Plaza de Dignidad, transmitiendo en vivo para la izquierda diario. Como le indicábamos, bueno, la verdad se hace un poco difícil respirar, como les he mencionado, pero seguimos acá transmitiendo en vivo para la izquierda diario de Plaza de Dignidad, donde se convocó a una movilización de TENS por mejores condiciones, quienes exigen no más aplausos, que bueno, este gobierno no está acostumbrado a aplausos, pero ninguna condición concreta. Y podemos ver cómo, a pesar de la represión, siguen varias trabajadoras acá dándole aguante a la brutal represión. Ahora aquí estamos con una trabajadora de la salud. Cuéntanos por qué están acá y cómo ha sido la represión que este gobierno ha descargado contra las trabajadoras que simplemente han salido a las calles a reclamar mejores condiciones.
Hola, ¿sabes qué? Yo represento al Hospital Soto del Río y en este momento estamos súper colapsados en el sistema por lo mismo por pacientes COVID y sabes que no nos ha llegado ninguna ayuda, no tenemos insumos, no tenemos nada. Y estamos peleados también por estar en el término sanitario. Y esa es nuestra pelea más que nada, para que se les reconozca la labor a los TENS.
Muchas gracias, aguante. Bueno, ahí podíamos escuchar el relato de una trabajadora de la salud, una TENS, quien dice que no hay insumos para atender a los pacientes, algo brutal, mientras que el gobierno vive dándole aplausos, felicitando la labor de las trabajadoras, no le entregan ningún insumo para poder cumplir sus funciones. Aquí seguimos desde Plaza de Dignidad cómo, pese a la brutal represión, las trabajadoras siguen acá manifestándose por mejores condiciones para poder trabajar. Y podemos ver cómo también acá, por Pequeña Maquena, sigue llegando gente a esta Plaza de Dignidad, a que no se vacía, pese a la brutal represión que durante toda la tarde ha descargado este gobierno asesino contra las trabajadoras y los trabajadores que han salido a las calles a demandar mejores condiciones. Bueno, ahí de lejos podemos ver cómo la policía no deja de intimidar y echarle cuerpo a las trabajadoras de la salud, bien miserables como son, la verdad. Aquí podemos ver cómo llegan más carros policiales para reprimir a las trabajadoras de la salud y a la juventud que ha llegado a esta Plaza de la Dignidad. Acá también se escucha cómo algunos manifestantes se manifiestan por la libertad a las presas y los presos de la revuelta, más de 2.000 jóvenes que se encuentran presas por en la calle salir a lo que todos dijimos, fuera Piñera, y luchar por una asamblea constituyente realmente libre y soberana. ¿Qué más decir? Que las compañeras y los compañeros siguen detenidos en cárceles como presos comunes, sino que son presos políticos que fueron detenidos por luchar contra el gobierno asesino. Yo hace decir que mientras también se lleve el proceso constitucional, las compañeras y los compañeros, muchos de ellos van a seguir presos. Y Piñera va a seguir completamente impune. Es importante, es urgente que avancemos y retomemos el camino de la movilización para conquistar realmente una asamblea constituyente libre y soberana a través de un acuerdo general. Basta que Piñera siga en el poder impunemente, siendo que miles de compañeros y compañeros siguen presos, compañeros mutilados nuclearmente. ¿Cuánta represión es la que vimos? ¿Cuántos violados? ¿Cuántos detenidos? ¿Cuántos golpeados? ¿No da? No podemos seguir permitiendo que Piñera siga gobernando de forma impune. De acá podemos ver cómo a poco se empieza a recuperar una Plaza de Dignidad que pese a la brutal represión que acabamos de presenciar,
What did those ladies think, and what did you tell them, and how good did that feel for you to tell them who you really are?
I told them I live the same way white people have been living around this country the last 100 years. And y'all, have you ever asked them to why they travel or how they're on vacation?
Hey.
Night at their work or working from home. Nobody ever asks the white people how they're able to wear the shoes they wear or drive the cars that they drive or do the things that they do. So for me, I know that I've been able to make.
Oh, thank you, Deanna. I wasn't paying attention.
That doesn't mean other people should not have the same opportunity as other people.
Hola, buenas tardes a todas y todos quienes se comienzan a sintonizar a nuestra transmisión en vivo por La Izquierda Diario Chile en Facebook. Nos encontramos desde una plaza de la dignidad recuperada después de una manifestación convocada por las trabajadoras de la salud, por las TENS, quienes reclaman por algo tan básico que son mejores condiciones laborales para poder seguir combatiendo la pandemia, como de hecho el mismo gobierno se ha dedicado a darle aplausos a las trabajadoras y los trabajadores, pero ni un recurso. Después de ello, una brutal represión, como podemos ver acá, todo el perímetro policial lleno de carros. La plaza de todas formas se ha recuperado, la gente no ha soltado la calle. Y bueno, y acá ya es señal de que la represión por parte de la policía no se hace esperar. No se hace esperar. Aquí también vemos el lienzo de los compañeros y las compañeras que reclaman por la libertad de las presas y los presos políticos. Más de 2.000 jóvenes en Chile siguen encarcelados y encarcelados por luchar contra este gobierno asesino. Es urgente retomar el camino de la movilización y la unidad para luchar por una real asamblea constituyente libre y soberana. Y vamos a ver cómo pasa la dignidad y la calle no se abandonan, cómo la boca empieza a llegar más gente. Bueno, que lo más probable es que nos repriman brutalmente en breves minutos. Pero seguimos acá movilizándonos y también para usted. Ya podemos ver cómo solamente por llegar al monumento, al caballo, el monumento icónico, se llevan detenida a una compañera. El garrote de Piñera no tarda. Fuerte represión hasta ahora. por libertad a los presos políticos. No les basta con tener detenidos a los compañeros y compañeras simplemente por luchar. Nos siguen gaseando y tirando palos a quienes salimos a la calle a manifestarnos contra este gobierno criminal. Y acá llegan los refuerzos y vemos cómo ya la represión se desató. La represión se desató. Por lo menos 4 guanacos, más zorrillos, más jipetas. Acá intentando acallar a los manifestantes que salieron a las calles en un nuevo viernes de movilización. Y bueno, podemos ver cómo sigue la represión acá en Plaza Dignidad. Bueno, como pueden presenciar, este gobierno criminal no escatima recursos en reprimir a quienes luchamos, quienes salimos a las calles. Como le comentaba cuando estaban sintonizando, hoy convocaron las TENS, las trabajadoras de la salud, las más precarizadas. Bueno, ahí podemos ver cómo se están llevando detenida gente bajo el piquete. La verdad es un poco difícil trabajar en esas circunstancias, pero como les repetía, hoy esta manifestación la convocó las trabajadoras, las compañeras TENS, reclamando mejores condiciones laborales y lo que la policía no ha escatimado recursos en represión. De hecho, las mismas trabajadoras de la salud Conchetumare. ¡Ah! Bueno, tuve que correr. Bueno, la verdad se hace un poco complejo hablar. Aquí seguimos transmitiendo, pero bueno, vamos despidiendo la transmisión en vivo para la Izquierda Diario, porque la verdad se hace un poco complejo trabajar estas circunstancias. Además ya reprimieron a toda la gente. Y bueno, eso, solamente comentarles como cierre, para quienes nos acaban de sintonizar. Estábamos transmitiendo en vivo en el contexto de una movilización convocada por las TENS, las trabajadoras más precarizadas de la salud, bueno, médicas, quienes reclamaban por mejores condiciones laborales y salariales. También vimos ahí el testimonio de una de las trabajadoras que indicaba que no tenían insumos para atender a los pacientes. Bueno, hemos podido ver cómo durante toda la jornada, durante toda la tarde, este gobierno asesino no ha escatimado recursos.
Vicente Cana is happy. So, I have letter to men myself. WCCO, thank you for coming out. My name is Bushanantu. It's an honor to have you here. Thank you for coming out. We called and we're here right now. We've been protesting on I-94, I-35 too. And my message is, as a person, my people are being killed as we standing here right now. As we stand at home, as we sleep, they're not sleeping. They're being locked under the rug. They're being killed every second. Jawar Mohammed is being charged as a terrorist when he named his child after Oromo, and we are Oromo. His child's name is Oromo. He does not deserve that, and they're trying to silence us. Back in the days, we couldn't speak our language. We could not speak in our own culture. We cannot do anything that has to do with Oromo. If you're Oromo, you would get killed automatically. Back in the days, but now there's media. There's media. We are taxpayers. We are U.S. citizens, and we are able to be the voice. That's what we are here to be, that voice, not to create any chaos. So we want you guys to understand that, and we want you guys to come out, take your time out of your busy day, and take the true story, because we are the one that's getting hurt.
Escuchan ustedes a lo lejos desde los estudios de Radio Plaza de la Dignidad la música que siempre está animando esta manifestación. Ya van a ver, dice la canción, las balas que nos tiraron van a volver. Y octubre será de revuelta en las calles de todo el país. Nos encontraremos para terminar con esta dictadura piñerista, sacar a toda la casta político-empresarial que nos tiene cagados, liberar a todos nuestros hermanos y hermanas que están en las cárceles, disolver la policía corrupta, establecer la verdad, enjuiciar y castigar a todos los responsables de las violaciones a los derechos humanos, y construir una verdadera asamblea constituyente para que refunda este país. Este país, así como está, ya no da para más. Y no queremos que sean los mismos de siempre, los que han tenido el sartén por el mango, los que nos digan cómo tenemos que hacerlo. Los que pretendan reemplazar la voluntad popular por la manipulación Atropellaron a un perro estos canallas.
Como tira de gas pimienta. Mira. Como tira de gas pimienta, el hombre.
Sí. Sí. Ven ustedes la forma en que actúan estos canallas. Gas pimienta. Gas lacrimógeno. Se llevaron a una persona detenida recién. Y a lo lejos la música de Radio Plaza de la Dignidad sigue animando la manifestación, esta confrontación. Eran harto malos los escudos nuevos porque están todos rotos. Otra plata mal gastada. Institución podrida. No da para más. No da para más esta institución. Y a lo lejos se escucha el baile de los que sobran, de los prisioneros. Un clásico de esta revuelta popular. En medio de esta manifestación y de la confrontación popular contra la represión, estamos despidiendo este nuevo despacho desde el corazón de la revuelta. Transmitió Radio Plaza de la Dignidad.
to give y'all shots. Get my side.
Come on.
I need my marshals to help me move the media to the side. All right. Okay.
No peace! No peace! No peace!
One mic for one moment. So here's the thing. There's a lot of people who want to and have been, can't hear me. Okay, there's a lot of folks who have been extremely helpful with securing the perimeters of the marches. And we need that to continue. What we not need is people fighting with photographers and videographers so that they can get us on film and say that we are uncivilized and incapable of getting our message across properly. If there is a way, we're not telling you not to do it, but there is a way that you need to handle it with a certain level of decorum. Do not allow these people to paint this family in any way other than the dignified family in which they are. So we have to maintain a level of discipline out here that even at the point where people irritate us and with all the trauma, that we are able to have a civilized conversation. Can I get a commitment from us by everybody saying amen? Amen. Right. Also, to my people and our security, we do not need to walk in front of the banner. We need to make sure that we stay to the side. There may be one or two people in front helping to guide so we can keep the cameras back, but we are not supposed to be blocking this banner and this family. We need the media to be able to get the shot. At the end of the day, I understand that the media does not always portray our stories properly, which is why we have our live streamers and others. However, we need to get our story out, and therefore they are not our enemy, but they do need to be checked. So to the media, if you cannot behave properly and stay back, we will throw you out of the inside of this circle. I don't want to have to do that. I don't want to have to tell the guys to remove you, but I will. So please do not. Let's all respect each other so you can get your shots and we can get the message across that this family and this community wants to spread. And tell me it's also amen. Amen.
yell red. So, remember how we were discussing whether or not they ran over a dog? They could have ran over a dog, I don't know, but the dog that you saw on the left-hand side running across Identitas Grafisas, that was the dog that I saw getting pulled out from under the bus. It looked like it probably just got stuck under it, and it looked like it was fine. Don't know why the dog's still running around the protest, though. Oh, look, there it is. Right here. He's right here. Doggo, stay safe. Everybody remember to go drink water, stretch, all that good stuff. Oh, there it is again. All that good stuff. Woke probably is going to be going up soon. I just submitted a bunch of Louisville streams, so they'll probably be going up, but I'm going to be staying up because international protests are still going on. So you can do !multi.
No reconoce su estatus. Y esa es la realidad de los trabajadores de Chile. Un modelo que está al servicio de los intereses patronales. Recordemos que el Código Laboral es un engendro heredado de la dictadura pinochetista, diseñado, elaborado e implementado por el hermano del actual dictador, el otro Piñera, el mismo de la AFP. Los Piñeras son nefastos en la implementación de las políticas neoliberales en Chile. Resistiendo acá en la Plaza de la Dignidad, los trabajadores de la salud, los técnicos de enfermería. Este es el Chile que está. Vamos a salir a cambiar nuevamente la historia. Ese 18 de octubre, histórico en la memoria, a ese contingente de jóvenes, a esos héroes, a esos mártires que cayeron en esta plaza y sus alrededores y en todo el territorio. A ellos se los debemos. Así que octubre, a la calle con todo, porque esta historia es nuestra. Transmitiendo desde el corazón de la revuelta, Radio Plaza de la Dignidad.
I'm gonna be really loud for a second, I'm sorry. My mic is broken like everything that I own. Woke is... Fuck. Why is my shit so loud? I'm sorry. Woke is now up. If you guys want to go watch Woke, do !multi or just go on over there. I am staying up because international stuff is still going on. I might put some US stuff on, depending on what he puts up and then what I have up. However, I could not do all the searching by myself. If I have to do that, I'm just gonna end. Okay. You can go to woke if you want to watch US stuff. I'm gonna fix my shit.
Le pone color, no hay nadie aquí, ¿no? Que parapeta, ni no hay nadie. Ya, finalizamos las transmisiones de la Plaza de la Dignidad. Recordad compartir las publicaciones de la prensa independiente.
All my chili shit keeps going down. And no, alright, you've been a big help too. It's just, there's 300 other people that can be helping. Okay, while I sit here and fix my shit, I guess I'm gonna just narrate shit that's happening. Okay, looks like they have looks like they have stuff. Jesus Christ. Literally, I know some of these chili things aren't actually, like, dead links. For some reason, they keep going down. I hate this. I hate this so much.
Sin ningún temor, nadie dijo miedo, activos como siempre. ¡Fuera, dice el pueblo! Mire, ahí estamos viendo, es lo que ocurre en este momento. Aquí estamos viendo. Saludos ahí. ¡Fuera, dice! Mire, hasta un vigilante gritó, ¡fuera, dice el pueblo está motivado. ¡Fuera, dice! Ahí van pitando, ¡fuera los narcos! Mire, ahí está el pueblo apoyando, mire. ¡Fuera los narcos!, dicen. Mire, va la doctora, mire. La doctora diciendo, ¡fuera narcos! ¡Fuera los pícaros!, dice el pueblo, mire. ¡Fuera los narcos!, dice. ¡Fuera la narcodictadura! ¡El pueblo! ¡Fuera, mire! ¡Fuera la narcodictadura! Es lo que dice el pueblo. El pueblo está revuelto en este momento diciendo, ¡fuera la narcodictadura! Mire. ¡Fuera esos corruptos! Eso es lo que dice el pueblo en este momento. Hola Linda, ¿cómo está? Mucho gusto. Eso es lo que el pueblo está pues prácticamente en este momento diciendo, fuera corruptos, fuera ladrones, devuelvan el dinero que le han robado al pueblo. Eso es lo que... ¡Gaso! Estamos viendo los jóvenes en acción, pintando aquí. Miren. Aquí estamos viendo la juventud aquí en acción. Allá tenemos otro más adelante, otro letrero. ¿Cómo le pusieron ahí? ¿Cómo dice ahí? No. Yo es que no la diviso bien. Esto. Creo que es de allá para acá. Creo que así es. Estamos viendo la ambulancia. Compartan mi querido pueblo y únanse a la página oficial del Charrúa Revolucionario. Mire, del medio de noticia internacional que les lleva la noticia al momento, en el lugar preciso. Una protesta más en contra de la narcodictadura y su pandilla de ratas, de todos estos ladrones que nos tienen hecho leña, señores. Compartan allí en todos los grupos, en todas las páginas y Los que no se han unido al charrula revolucionario, únanse a nuestra página oficial de noticias. Ahí estamos viendo el letrero. Job se lo robó. Job se robó el dinero. Eso es lo que estamos viendo aquí. Job se lo robó. Job se robó el billete. Job y su pandilla se robó los millones. Miren, Job y su pandilla se robó los millones. Así que tienen que devolver el dinero al pueblo. Ahí vemos los jóvenes quitando ahí, pues, quitando ya la carpa donde han hecho pues la escritura. Miren, donde han plasmado la letra. Miren, qué impresionante se ve. Ahí está, Señor. Job se lo robó. Job se ha robado los millones. Se ha robado los millones y ha dejado al pueblo en hambre, destinado a la muerte, al olvido. Malditos un día pagarán delante de nuestro Padre Celestial lo que le están haciendo al pueblo hondureño. Aquí estamos. La cuestión está así. Los carros despacio, un carril el que está circulando. Fuera Job, dice el pueblo, ahí mire. Fuera corruptos, fuera ladrones. Eso es lo que el pueblo grita en este momento. Ahí estamos viendo lo que está ocurriendo en el preciso instante, donde el pueblo, ¡fuera los narcos, fuera!
Cabina gris que viene ahí de inteligencia o basura.
¿Quién es? ¿A dónde vienen?
Ahí atrás, allá.
Pero esos están parados allá.
Sí.
Ese que viene allá.
Enfoque RH ahí que tiene el número.
Aquel animalito que parece. Aquel cuadrado.
Correcto.
Fuera Job, grita el pueblo. Fuera Job, grita el pueblo. Compartan, compartan.
Gotas diferentes, pero gotas todas iguales.
Compartan lo que está ocurriendo en este momento.
Somos una marea de gente. Todos diferentes.
El pueblo diciendo fuera Job, fuera ladrones, fuera ratas. Eso es lo que se ve aquí. Eso es lo que se ve aquí. La gente al par del pueblo. De la juventud. En este
al mismo una hora viene y dice
compartan ahí, queridos televidentes. Ahí estamos viendo lo que está ocurriendo.
Parece que se sigue y el mundo repite.
Los esclavos del narcodictador allá también. Ahí estamos viendo. Aquí estamos viendo.
Represión. No ha sido nada con la fuerza del pueblo. Ahí están anunciando que van a reprimir lo que han hecho todo el día. Chile no se rinde. Las bocinas fueron apoyando a la y los que luchan. Un poco mojado. Este es nuestro pueblo, que no se rinde. Ciclistas, dueñadores, trabajadoras, pueblo en lucha, con alegría, con rebeldía, para echar abajo este gobierno, para echar abajo a los poderosos y construir un nuevo Chile. Por todos lados, pese a la represión, siguen llegando. ¡Qué emoción! Las y los TENS tienen una demostración de fuerza, de valentía. Los que están en el último lugar de los hospitales, los peor pagados, los que hacen toda la pega, hoy día vinieron a exigir tener carreras funcionarias, tener derechos, tener una mejor condición. ¿Y cuál fue la respuesta del Estado? La respuesta fue la represión. Pero aquí están, sin miedo.
Todo duro, porque ¿te gusta la hueá, Paco Julián? ¡Paquemos! Buen hermano.
Estamos transmitiendo para Diario Venceremos la lucha de los y las trabajadores. Pura valentía.
Van a andar con tapones estos culiados.
¡Ustedes nos matan! Y nosotros los salvamos. Nos vas a poner que estar vestido y así, weón, para protegerte, culiao.
Visualización de lo que está pasando en una marcha que reiteramos acá por empezar, y es, como podrán apreciar, altamente multitudinaria.
Apaga el micrófono, boludo, se apaga de ahí.
Sí, ya sé. ¿Por qué hacemos? Porque acá...
No, para mí hay que esperar que venga esta pancarta. Atrás de eso.
Y bueno, vamos a ver si podemos ir ganando el lugar ahí.
Disculpa por las fallas técnicas, pero deben entender que como todos ustedes, nosotros también somos proletarios y nuestros equipos no son los óptimos para transmitir, pero hacemos el intento para llegar a ustedes con estas imágenes en vivo para su información. Nosotros mostramos lo que la prensa no muestra en realidad. Nosotros, prensa alternativa, estamos por velar para la mejor información de parte de ustedes. Señal 3 La Victoria desde Plaza Dignidad. Agrediendo a la prensa, agrediendo fuertemente a la prensa, carabinero. esta gran agresión hacia la prensa alternativa por parte de Carabineros. Violencia extrema. Esta violencia es extrema. La desesperación de fuerzas especiales por tratar de tomar el control de lo que está sucediendo aquí en Plaza Dignidad los lleva en este actuar tan violento a todos, sin mediar sin distinción, chiquillos. Manifestantes, gente que transita, prensa alternativa, han sufrido los embates, hemos sufrido los embates de esta violencia ejercida por parte de carabineros.
Hay que estar vivo de acá también, de todos lados. ¡Se lo pidió en la espalda, hermano! ¡Ni la asistió, le dijo,
Tenemos que movernos por las bombas. Las bombas están fuertecitas, chiquillos, chiquillas.
¡Liberar! ¡Liberar! ¡A los presos por luchar! ¡Liberar! ¡Liberar!
Está fuerte el aire. Atentos al código sanitario. Movilización de hoy. Movilización que se suma al descontento ciudadano por tanta injusticia. Movilización que se suma a las tantas que han habido durante este largo periodo. Movilización que se justifica aunque no les guste. Porque nada ha cambiado en Chile excepto que la criminalización de la protesta ha aumentado, que se mantienen los presos de la revuelta y que los bolsillos de la élite siguen gorditos de dinero porque siguen haciendo su negocio, mientras el pueblo tuvo que sobrevivir con una mísera caja que además fue comprada con la plata de sus propios impuestos. A la gente del rechazo habría que decirle por qué paga impuestos. ¿Qué le da su gobierno, su lindo gobierno? Absolutamente nada. ¿Les da educación? No. Tiene que pagarla porque tiene que pagar el Saint George, ¿no? Saint George no es gratis. Se le paga a un señor que es dueño de eso, que también pertenece a la misma elite. Le da la salud. No, porque usted tiene que ir a pagar una ISAPRE, ¿cierto? Que le cuesta platita. Pero la gente tiene que atenderse en un SAMU, en un hospital miserable, precario, porque incluso hasta los hospitales nuevos han sido concesionados bajo la linda modalidad inventado por aquel que decía hace poquito, Ricardo Lagos Escobar, el campeón de venderlo todo. Ahí demostró por qué es doctor en economía el señor. Porque de político terminó enterrando Chile. Pero hoy sinvergüenzamente él tuitea que si su mano no se hubiera puesto en la constitución asesina de Pinochet, se habrían mantenido muchos de los enclaves autoritarios, como el de las Fuerzas Armadas. Bueno, señor Ricardo Lagos, está claro que en Chile no manda el presidente, manda un señor La Roulette. Su payaso ya sabemos quién es. Y por el otro lado mandan las Fuerzas Armadas, aquellas que jamás dejaron el poder. Así que, señor Ricardo Lagos, usted es un mentiroso, falso, vendido, un socialista que también se escondió en el poder militar porque no fue capaz de confrontarlo. Porque lo que pasó fue una negocia más, como todo lo que han hecho desde la supuesta vuelta a la democracia. Dado la cantidad de injusticias que se han dado en Chile, es que podamos aguantar con una caja miserable comprada a otro empresario que agarró 1.500, 1.800, 2.000 millones de pesos por esas cajas, en vez de apostar por un ingreso que las familias pudiesen haber optado a ocupar en el lugar donde ellos habrán querido. No, se optó por el negocio una vez más. Como siempre, señores, como siempre, señoras, el negocio va a estar detrás de cualquier acción que beneficie a las élites, a los grandes empresarios. No a usted, señora, que tiene un negocio humilde. No a usted, señor, que tiene un mini supermercado. Usted va a tener que seguir pagando muy caro. Y además, como depende del libre mercado, la escasez va a hacer que sus productos sean más caros. Y más caros para la gente. ¿A qué voy con esto? Quisiera que la gente entendiera que los beneficios de las grandes élites no están diseñadas para el empresario joven, el empresario chico, aquel que tiene poco capital. Las políticas económicas de este país están beneficiadas y están diseñadas para que el 1% de este país se enriquezca y sea aún más poderoso. No están hechas para el pequeño comerciante. No están diseñadas para que las grandes pymes salgan adelante y dejen de ser pymes. No. El negocio es otro. Y creo que con el largo periodo de este tiempo hemos podido tener más claridad respecto a este tipo de cosas. Podremos discrepar, pero la evidencia es empírica. Mucha gente perdió sus emprendimientos. Mucha gente hoy en día come en las ollas comunes, come en los comedores solidarios. El 75% de los hogares tiene deuda. Los datos de Fundación Sol son relevantes y son categóricos. No es solamente cosa que yo lo diga acá relatando detrás de esta cámara, sino que solamente usted puede revisar, darse cuenta por sí misma, por sí mismo, de lo que significa la realidad de Chile, la realidad que muchos aún defienden. ¿Cuánto egoísmo hay en aquel o en aquella que no es capaz de mirar que al lado hay gente que no tiene nada, o que tiene muy poco, o que día a día logra hacer la moneda para sostener a su familia? Hace un par de días me fui en una micro en la 119 hacia La Victoria con un cuidador de autos que trabajaba en Colón con Manquehue y todos los días lograba hacerse entre 20.000 pesos lavando autos, cuidando afuera de una farmacia. Si usted cree que esa realidad está bien y que esas personas deberían de seguir trabajando así, sin tener salud, sin tener educación, sin tener alcance de absolutamente nada más que poder levantarse para poder alcanzar a ganar el sustento con los cuales sus hijos tengan que comer. Nosotros no queremos ese Chile. Queremos un Chile justo, queremos un Chile digno, queremos un Chile en el cual esa persona esté cubierta porque el Estado da un paso hacia la responsabilidad y se hace cargo de sus ciudadanos, de aquellos que alimentan el Estado a través de sus impuestos. Quiero un Chile en el cual el hijo de esa persona que me acompañó en la micro pueda educarse dignamente y ser un profesional en donde pueda ganarse la vida justamente y criar a sus hijos, los nietos de este señor que me acompañó en la micro. Queremos dejar la injusticia, los privilegios de algunos y los que no tienen nada del otro. Señores gobernantes de ayer y de hoy, ustedes solo han sido administradores de la miseria que gobierna Chile. Y digo gobierna porque la miseria se tomó muchos hogares en donde no hay para comer y en donde hoy en día se reclama justicia. Queremos compartir este pequeño pensamiento con ustedes, llamando a sincerarnos entre nosotros mismos, en entender que la realidad es mucho más fuerte de lo que está en tu esquina, o lo que ves en la plaza, como ahora mismo. Lo peor está en las poblaciones, lo peor está en las madres que tienen que llegar a casa con un poco de sustento para que sus hijos no pasen hambre, para tener la leche, para poder comer el pan con mantequilla, aunque sea tostado. Y que aquella mujer abnegada, después de haber trabajado todo el día además, tenga que sostener emocionalmente a su familia y a los que lleguen, porque por mucho tiempo el rol de la mujer chilena ha sido eso, una gran trabajadora y sostenedora de los hogares. Mi abrazo, mi cariño a la mujer obrera de este país, a la mujer profesional también, que pudo estudiar con CAE o sin CAE, pero que también cumple una labor sumamente importante en sus familias. Al padre abnegado, al hijo que tiene que sacar adelante a sus hermanos porque su padre probablemente ya no está. Y tantas injusticias que suceden en este país. Me voy a despedir de ustedes ahora con bastante emoción en la garganta para seguir acá en las calles desde las otras plataformas informando. Mi compañero ha de estar desde otro perfil, transmitiendo en vivo, llevando esta misma señal, pero desde otro lugar, otro perfil, a todos ustedes. Con mucho cariño, me despido de ustedes. Somos sus humildes servidores de la calle. Y estaremos acá para siempre develar la verdad que oculta la burguesía y sus medios. El poder del dinero que está detrás de la maldad y la injusticia que se cuaja en Chile. Cariños para todos. Me despido de ustedes desde Plaza Dignidad. Gracias por estar del otro lado. Nos estamos viendo pronto. Señal 3 La Victoria.
Pues sí, va a meter el movimiento.
Bueno chicos, por hoy ha terminado nuestra labor acá en Plaza Dignidad. Un placer haber informado para ustedes, pero ya es momento.
To the devastating consequences of this scourge. Chad is a Sahelian nation and is landlocked, and as such already withstands a multitude of shocks. It is feeling the full force of the repercussions of this pandemic on various aspects of national life. Its national priorities have been turned upside down, and the state's limited resources have had to be reallocated to face and tackle healthcare, humanitarian and socio-economic emergencies. As is the case with other countries in a similar position, Chad's socio-economic situation is of concern. This year's growth estimate has been revised downwards. The budget deficit has widened. Several hundreds of thousands of workers have been furloughed. Households and their daily lives have been heavily affected, and the macroeconomic data for 2021 does not look at all promising. The state's ability to implement endeavours in favour of its development, as enshrined in Chad's National Development Plan 2017-2021. Incidentally, this is considered as the principal lever which will allow Chad to uphold international agendas, including Agenda 2063 of the African Union. But its capacity to uphold all of these agendas is being undermined. Now, this Chadian National Development Plan received significant support from donors during the roundtable held in Paris in 2017. But it has not received the desired results because the resources mobilised fell far short of expectations. In order to support the government in promoting sustainable development, it is vital that partners uphold their funding pledges. This is particularly vital for Chad at a time when it is drawing up its second National Development Plan, which will run from 2022 to 2026. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, last year at the 74th session of the General Assembly, we would recall that we took stock of the progress made and the Herculean task still incomplete for the implementation of Agenda 2030. Specifically in terms of the eradication of extreme poverty, access to high-quality education, the fight against climate change, the reduction of inequalities and inclusion. In Africa, the Sustainable Development financing gap is huge. Promises set forth in the Sustainable Development Agenda and the Addis Ababa Action Agenda have not been kept. Here I wish to underscore that without decisive dynamic action on the part of all stakeholders, it is highly likely that the goals outlined in Agenda 2030 be left unfulfilled. It is for this reason that the decade of action is vital for us to move from words to deeds and mobilise the resources required to expedite the implementation of Agenda 2030. The international community, and in particular the United Nations, must step up momentum and redouble their efforts to give new and particularly dynamic focus to the development of the African continent. This continent houses the greatest number of LDCs. New concern must be given to these issues and tangible actions must be taken by way of commitment. It is only through increased involvement of the United Nations and crucial leadership, as well as a result of renewed commitment from all stakeholders, that we will be able to mobilise the resources required for the achievement of Agenda 2030 and accompany those who are already well on the way to achieving the 17 SDGs. Here, I'd like to recall that debt has always been a major handicap in achieving the SDGs, and the COVID-19 pandemic has simply made that handicap all the more acute. As the African Development Bank has noted, around 50 million additional people risk falling into extreme poverty in Africa in 2020. Moreover, the economic losses of Africa as a result of the pandemic will reach several hundreds of billions of dollars between 2020 and 2021. Now, many states will find themselves, if this occurs, obliged to borrow more money, further enlarging the debt burden. Given the scope of challenges which must be met and the multifaceted needs which will arise in the near future, Chad once again calls for the cancellation, pure and simple, of the continent's external debt. This will allow Africa to respond successfully to COVID-19 and have greater room for maneuver to embark upon this socioeconomic recovery in the post-COVID-19.
Así están las cosas, así está la situación aquí por este sector, como estamos mostrándole la imagen en este preciso instante. Esto es lo que está ocurriendo, así les estamos mostrando lo que está ocurriendo. Saludo especial ahí para mi amiguita del alma Tati Cuello. Un saludo especial para mi amiguita del alma Tati Cuello, para mi amiguita Karina Ferrera, para mi amiguita Giselle Muñoz, mi amigo Edgar Carilla, mi amiguita Marixa Rivera, mi amiguita Marixa Pereira. También saludos especiales para todas esas damas guerreras, donde quiera que se encuentren. Así le estamos llevando las imágenes y así los vamos a dejar con esta transmisión. Los dejamos con esta imagen en nuestro querido pueblo. Así luce esta línea del Boulevard Morazán bloqueada. Solo una vía está funcionando, que es la vía que viene hacia el centro de la capital. Glory Rivera, excelente nos dice. Saludos a todos, bendiciones a todo nuestro querido pueblo. Un abrazo a la distancia. El Charrula los quiere mucho. Así que saludos a todo nuestro querido pueblo. Bendiciones, siempre activo con el Charrula revolucionario en todo momento. Así que saludos y bendiciones a nuestro querido pueblo.
Support.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. A ver el aplauso. Y la diversidad también, tampoco no está solo en Bella Unión, sino en otras partes también de lo que es nuestro alrededor. Bienvenido a la gente también de Comensoro, que nos acompaña, de La Barra también, que nos acompañan. Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, ¿quieren más? Sí.
Bien, luego de esta danza se viene Cedric, uno de los representantes de Bella Unión en el Got Talent de Uruguay, que va a presentarse y luego finalizamos esta transmisión con una cobertura completa de Bella Unión Portal. Como siempre, en el lugar de los hechos, hoy desde el centro de Bella Unión, la marcha por la...
Invitamos a Silvia López también, si anda por acá por la plaza, que se acerque.
hicieron la comparación hace un rato, Mirta, de que se primera marcha en 2013, donde habían 25, hoy se hablaba de casi 300 personas. Es un boom importante, ¿no?
Sin lugar a dudas, cuando nos encontramos ahora de tarde, dice que ellos llegaron, somos más de 25. Y bueno, gracias a la gente que ha salido del placar, ¿no? Que ha salido, y esto de mantener los derechos y tener su lugar como merecen.
Un momento también en el que mirábamos los balcones de la Casa de la Avenida, las esquinas, las calles, todo el mundo aplaudiendo y reconociendo ese derecho, ¿no?
Claro, pero esto tuvo todo un trecho como hablábamos hoy, ¿no? Hay mucha cosa pasó para llegar a esto, y eso es lo que tenemos que celebrar.
Bueno, ahora
Cedric,
vamos a invitar a un muchacho que es de nuestra ciudad, que se ha animado, ha rompido
detrás de cámara. Pronto, Cedric, vamos con todo,
y se ha
arriba.
acercado
Bruna,
a lo que
¿cómo estamos? ¿Contenta o no?
Re feliz, súper feliz que la
para
gente que se
participar.
sumó,
Y es un
mucha
fiel
gente se
representante
sumó,
de
no lo
esa
esperábamos.
unión.
Y bueno, los
Vamos arriba.
de Martín y eso me parecieron todos.
La organización local también de feministas también está presente.
Claro, nosotras estamos, sí.
Felicitaciones, la verdad.
Es que la idea
Hay que
surgió
tener
ayer lo de Sammy.
coraje.
Y lo de Martín me dice, vamos a hacer una marcha. Y yo había ido a tomar mate y digo, bueno, vamos. Y
Bienvenido,
tal.
Cedric.
Yo con el trabajo y eso no puedo estar mucho, pero
Buenas
nunca
noches,
pensé que se fuera a sumar tanta gente. Y te
Pero
juro
qué
que cuando
alegría,
llegué
qué
a la
hermosa
plaza
noche
me
que tenemos, qué cantidad de gente. Gracias por apoyar, gracias por estar con nosotros en este emprendimiento.
Gracias, Bruno.
Qué bueno, Gobenzoro presente también, ¿no? Gobenzoro, la barra, a todos. Te agradezco de todo corazón a todo el pueblo que me mensajeó, que me whatsappió, que me dio para adelante, todo, la verdad que una alegría inmensa, los quiero. Bueno, vamos a arrancar. Arrancamos la primera canción y pueden bailar si quieren. Muchas gracias por venir. ¿Hermana? Tú me dices que no es cierto, que te mueres por...
Nuevamente hoy estamos los ciudadanos, queremos la inmediata imputación del intendente Lucas Lanzoni. Ahora, este 30 de septiembre, se le cita a indagatoria a Florentina Espinosa, uno de los cómplices del clan Lanzoni. Acá estamos cerrando el acceso sur a pedido de los presidentes de comisiones vecinales que fueron víctimas de esta falsificación de su firma. Me acompaña la señora Genara Valdés de la comisión. ¿Qué es lo que piden ustedes?
Al final nosotros somos los corruptos. Al final nosotros tenemos que ir a declarar ante la Contraloría, ante la Fiscalía. Y ellos no están aclarando esta situación que están haciendo.
te tiemble la mano. El 30 declara uno de los cómplices del intendente. 4 cómplices tienen, los que cobraron los 3.100 millones, la plata de las comisiones vecinales que debía ser para desarrollar nuestra comunidad. Liliana, hacer tu trabajo, no te pedimos que hagas cosas que hagan. Imputar a los responsables.
One, two.
Iole, abajo pe asole. Iole, carreto pe asole. Iole, abajo pe asole. Iole, tisi tu pe asole. Iole, camper tu pe asole. Iole, siara tu pe asole. Iole, tisi tu pe asole. Iole, abajo pe asole. Iole, itole mare. Tejamo mare. Itole malaka. Tejamo narka. Itole narke. Tejamo narke. Iole, abajo pe asole. Iole, carreto pe asole. Iole, carreto pe asole. Iole, abajo pe asole. Iole, itole mare. Tejamo mare. Itole malaka. Tejamo narka. Itole narke. Tejamo narke. Iole, abajo pe asole. Dike ele shibo, dike. Bakala shibo, Jawatu shibo, Hamzatu shibo, Hamzitu riko. Dike oromo shibo, dike. Dike ele tatu shibo, dike. Dike ele tatu shibo, dike. Dike Jawatu shibo, dike. Dike oromo shibo, dike. Jawatu shibo, oromo shibo, Hamzatu shibo, Arretu shibo, Arretu shibo, Arretu shibo, Erotu shibo, Dansole shibo, Sapone Shiva, Partisa Shiva, Bharata Shiva, Dike, Elect Shiva, Dike, Dike, Elect Shiva, Dike, Dike, Elect Shiva, Dike, Arama Shiva, Arama Shiva, Valaita Shiva, Siddhama Shiva, Hadiya Shiva, Pushata Shiva, Dike, Arama Shiva, Dike, Dike, Arama Shiva, Dike, Dike, Arama Shiva, Dike, Valaita Shiva, Valaita Shiva, Hadiya Shiva, Hadiya Shiva, Amara Shiva, Dike, Elect Shiva, Dike, Dike, Elect Shiva, Dike, Dike, Elect Shiva, Dike, Valaita Shiva, Siddhama Shiva, Kuraga Shiva, Hadiya Shiva, Aparta Shiva, Dike, Kushata Shiva, Dike, Dike, Kushata Shiva, Dike, Dike, Elect Shiva, Dike, Leti Shiva, Arama Shiva, Javarta Shiva, Javeta Shiva, Lejatu Shiva, Bakala Shiva, Ajatu Shiva, Dike, Ataru Shiva, Dike, Dike, Adiya Shiva, Dike, Dike, Ataru Shiva, Dike, Dike, Kekiya Shiva, Dike, Arama Shiva, Arama Shiva, Adiya Shiva, Pushata Shiva, Arama Shiva, Kuraga Shiva, Valaita Shiva, Dike, Elect Shiva, Dike, Dike, Kara Shiva, Dike, Dike, Kara Shiva, Dike, Karetu Shiva, Karetu Shiva, Karetu Shiva, Kerasa Shiva, Wabatu Shiva, Arama Shiva, Jalmaro Shiva, Dike, Jalmaro Kiya, Dike, Dike, Arama Shiva, Dike, Adatu Shiva, Dike, Arama Shiva, Dike, Dike, Arama Shiva, Dike, Bakala Shiva, Bakala Shiva, Javarta Shiva, Hamzatu Shiva, Abdirakasa Shiva, Dike, Arama Shiva, Dike, Aratu Shiva, Erasa Shiva, Shekota Shiva, Esata Shiva, Jarsala Shiva, Dike, Elect Shiva, Dike.
Elected authorities. Over the past 2 years, we have witnessed consistent attempts by the leadership of Armenia to derail the peace process, including by attempting to undermine the format of negotiations. It prompted the co-chairs of the OSCE Minsk Group to issue a statement on 9th March 2019, in which they urged to refrain from demanding unilateral changes to the format. Of Azerbaijan has been repeatedly stated at the international level. It is under Armenia's direction and control, and is ultimately nothing other than the product of aggression, ethnic cleansing, and other atrocity crimes committed against Azerbaijanis on racial, ethnic, and religious grounds. In its unanimously adopted resolutions 822, 853, 874, and 884, the United Nations Security Council not only did not mention the existence of the so-called people of Nagorno-Karabakh and its right to self-determination, but condemned the use of force against Azerbaijan and the occupation of its territories, reaffirmed respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Azerbaijan and the inviolability of international borders, confirmed that the Nagorno-Karabakh region is part of Azerbaijan, and demanded the immediate, complete and unconditional withdrawal of the occupying forces from all the occupied territories of Azerbaijan. The numerous documents of other international organizations expressing the unified position of the world community are framed along the same lines. It is no surprise that the Armenian authorities refrain from mentioning the resolutions of the Security Council and other relevant international documents which constitute the legal and political frameworks for the conflict settlement. Evidently, the public pronouncements by the Armenian authorities expressing commitment to the exclusively peaceful settlement and are nothing other than a hollow rhetoric and smokescreen to camouflage the clear-cut annexationist objectives. Actually, having used military force to occupy the territories of Azerbaijan, Armenia has demonstrated its firm conviction in the existence of an alternative to peace. In July 2020, armed forces of Armenia, in blatant violation of international law, launched cross-border attacks against Azerbaijan with the use of artillery and mortars, directly targeting the densely populated areas. As a result, a 76-year-old civilian and 12 officers and soldiers of the armed forces of Azerbaijan were killed, and many were wounded. Serious damage was inflicted upon the civilian facilities in the area.
Despedidos, profesores, estudiantes y obreros, unidos en un puño, luchando por el pueblo, abajo el gobierno, abajo la frontera y el imperialismo. Despedidos, profesores, estudiantes y obreros.
poquito, querido.
¡Arriba!